Hello everyone! Ooh, that's a bad focus out of focus shot, isn't it? Welcome everyone to Chud Watch. Welcome to Chud Watch. The only show where we still don't have a thing to say when we open the show. So welcome, I hope you're all having a wonderful Monday. I hope you're not Garfielding it out. Have I seen this? And then there's a link, let me look at this link.
Some of the lyrics, you ready? Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. Hold up. I said certified freak 7 days a week. Wet ass P-word. Make that pullout game weak. Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P-word. P-word is female genitalia. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P-word. Give me everything you got for this wet ass P-word. Beat it up, N-word.
Yay!
Extra large and extra hard. Put this P-word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I want to ride. I do a Kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes.
Is this like a Nicki Minaj song or something?
I
don't really follow
along these lines.
The popular music.
And it gets significantly more vulgar. Like, a lot more vulgar. Talk your S-word, bite your lip, ask for a call while you ride that D-word. You really ain't never gonna F him for a thing. He already made his mind up before he came. Now get your boots and your coat for this wet-ass P-word. Pay my tuition just to kiss me on this wet-ass P... Right, so, this is... Guys, this is what feminists fought for. This is what the feminist movement was all about.
I mean, sure, yeah. You want to write a song about, like, dick? Welcome to America, Ben. Land of the free. Home of the penis.
It's not... it's not really about, you know, women being treated as independent, full, rounded human beings. It's about wet-ass P-word. And if you say anything differently, it's because you're a misogynist, you see. It gets really vulgar.
Hey, if someone wants to sing about their vagina, more power to them, Ben. Welcome to the free marketplace of ideas. I hope you enjoy your stay. I guess I assumed P word at the beginning was penis because of the song Anaconda that she has. Anaconda. It's not about dick, yeah. Oh, Ben. Look, man, I don't know what to tell ya. I don't. Okay, so Baja Blast found this lady chud, Sydney Watson, who apparently is a transphobe, and also talks about Brie Larson sometimes, which is hilarious to me. So we can check her out. We have the classic, the incomparable Jeremy of the Quartering. We have one angry gamer who's mad that BitChute links are being censored on Twitter, which is hilarious. Tate Speech, because Tate Speech always makes my day better. Better Bachelor, and Drunky McDrunk Pants Terrence Pop. Thank you, Devious Chilster, for 50 bits. This is a degenerate, and this is degenerate and should not be allowed because it's disgusting and yet also free speech absolutionist. Yeah, it's very stupid. He's like, this is feminism! I mean, in the sense that feminism is the ability for women to go out and do what they want, including writing songs about their wet vages. Like, right on. Dude, have you seen the vagina monologues? I think it would drive you nuts. Anyway, what's BitChute? BitChute is sort of right-wing YouTube. I think it's giving it too much credit, though, because they aren't as good as YouTube, and YouTube's pretty bad, so let that sink in. It's full of conspiracy theorists and literal Nazis, Holocaust deniers, people like the Quartering post there. We can look at the front page, probably. Let's look. BitChute. So we got a Trump thing. We got another Trump thing. Mainstream media and science exposes COVID-19 as a host. These are the front page videos, by the way. This isn't some random page. These are the ones that are being promoted by BitChute. Coronavirus conspiracy theories. There's the quartering, he posts here, and he's quite popular because, again, it's full of chuds. It's basically just Chud Tube. They should rename it Chud Tube. That'd be great. And again, this is just the stuff that's on the front page, you know? You can find Stefan Molyneux posts here. Like, you can find legit Holocaust denialists and stuff on here and Nazis. It's what BitChute's fucking for, basically. It's, hey, you've been kicked off mainstream platforms? Come here and shill your brain force. Can rename the quartering to the Jeremying. Sure. So yeah, it's just...
There's nothing funny
it's
about
just
the tools of
crazy.
capitalism.
Oh, a Hans Wormhat has a BitChute account, too. Hans Wormhat. Red pilled. Wait, where's Hans Wormhat's channel? I demand. Their search function is awful. Here's Hans Wormhat's BitChute channel. And he posts relatively regularly on here. Sometimes videos that he can't or won't post to YouTube for some reason. Ooh, photosensitive vampires. And a T-slur.
So this is a video about, I guess I'll just focus on two stereotypes, vampires and zombies.
Shamrockstar, thanks
so
for the
hidden
20
in
bits.
these stories is part of tranny culture. They are vampires. They are zombies.
This is true. I suck the blood of the cis every night to sustain me. This is true.
You know, the Borg kind of pretty much represents what these creatures are like.
Resistance is futile.
You'll be assimilated to their tranny culture, whether you like it or not. And so yeah, like I said, this video, I'm going to talk about vampires and zombies. So I guess I'll just do the zombies really quick because I actually have a story about the vampires. So zombies, right, they eat brains. That's how these trannies harvest human growth hormone from the brain.
Oh, he's being literal. Yeah, this is true. I wait in dark alleys for white cis men to find their way into the alley, and then I hit them with one of those club things that you see in the movies. They get knocked out. I crack open their skull, and I get the goods from the inside of their brains. It's delicious.
From the human brain. They get it out of the pineal gland, I think. I don't know exactly, but whenever somebody dies, they drain their body of their juices. They take the hormones out of their brain.
Hans, they make hormones in labs now, right? It's true that in the past we had to, like, literally extract hormones from, like, people or even animals, but I'm pretty sure they can make synthetic hormones now, right? We can produce them. Graham Delfini, thanks for the 245 bits.
Saw the head open, take out, so, you know, make sure that you don't ever get an autopsy. If you have a will or something like that that says what you want, you got to make sure that the doctors don't cut you open and take all your hormones out.
Hans, no one's taking anything from your body if you're not an organ donor. You're fine. And even if they were, they're not extracting hormones from human beings. That would be incredibly inefficient.
Because, yeah, that's where zombies eating brains. It's because these trannies, they literally harvest hormones from human brains. And, you know, there's probably more things with a zombie. You know, the living dead. I don't know. There might be some truth to that. These creatures might be some sort of living
Blast
dead.
says we use bacteria to get hormones
vampires.
made
Really,
synthetically.
this is an interesting one. So vampires, yeah, they probably do drink blood. They probably do drink baby blood as like a youth serum.
Hans, if you drink baby blood, it doesn't make you younger. What are you talking about? It's just, you just digest the blood, and if the baby has hepatitis, you'll probably get it. Like, what are you talking about?
So that's true. I mean, just think about it. How many people do you know that have needed blood transfusions in their life? So it happens, sure. I'm sure it happens.
I mean, yeah, it happens all the time. If you're in any sort of accident where you lose a decent bit of blood, they're going to give you a blood transfusion.
Some people have had blood transfusions sometime during their life, but I'd say most people haven't. And still, I see blood drives all the time. So they're doing something with all...
Right, because one patient, if they've lost a bunch of blood, will need a lot of blood. They'll probably need more than one little bag of blood that... Excuse me. They'll need more than one little bag of blood that you got, like... How do I put this? One patient's need for blood would require many, many people donating blood to fulfill. Does that make sense? So, yeah, there's blood drives everywhere because you need a lot of people to donate blood to get enough blood to help people who have been in accidents or doing surgeries or anything that requires, you know, replenishing blood that's been lost. Cotton Candy 903. Hans doesn't understand science. You don't say.
All of this blood, and trust me, they're not using all of the blood for transfusions. I'm sure that they make all sorts of pharmaceuticals out of it, and they may drink it. They may inject it into themselves. They may take young people blood and inject it into themselves as some sort of youth agent. So yeah, that's true. Vampires, what else? They come out at night, so that just goes with the inversion. I'm sure that there are plenty of these creatures that totally live just nocturnally. You know, there's
Guilty!
creatures that walk backwards, so I'm sure that there's plenty that are just nocturnal. They have their orgies and things probably at night and during full moons and things like that. So, but yeah, the big story, the one that I have, that I always forget to talk about this, light sensitivity. It really is a thing with these hormone abusers. And so, just in general, like a very FTM look that I think of is like the pretty boy, shaved legs biker that always has the really ugly like sports shades, like no matter what. Yeah, I don't know.
What? Okay. Are you going to use what you picture in your head when you think of a trans person as evidence? Like, that's very specific. Like, you're into biker trans women with sunglasses. I mean, alright, that's cool, but like, it's just kind of a weird specific thing, you know? The CB, thank you for following. Welcome to the stream.
That's just an FTM look. And I think it is partially because they're all photosensitive from abuse.
Hans, everyone's photosensitive to an extent. That's why people wear sunglasses. I'm not especially photosensitive. Like, Hans, look, and everyone else, look. Tentacle Todd, thank you for subscribing. So if you look up here, I have some lights that I use for filming and stuff. I can look directly at this light. It's fine. People wear sunglasses sometimes because UV rays are bad for you if you look at them too much with your eyes. I know, I just got off track. After this video, we'll get to the Chuds. But honestly, I think Hans rides the line between Chud and tinfoil because he's a conspiracy theorist, but all his conspiracy theory stuff is couched in this chuddy right-wing transphobia. So,
using hormones. They love their dark sunglasses. I don't know. I have light eyes, so I'm pretty photosensitive just as a person because I have really light eyes. I don't really like sunglasses, and I don't know. It's just that I think real men don't really like to accessorize. And I don't know. When the sun's high enough, my brow ridge kind of shields my eyes, or I'll just put my hand over my eyes if I need to shield my eyes. But
how? More... And I'm not body shaming Hans by any means. I don't care how Hans looks. That would require a huge brow ridge if like the sun is not directly overhead and your brow ridge is like shielding you like a baseball cap. You'd have to be like the Geico cavemen. Like how like prominent is your brow ridge?
More than that with these creatures. A lot of them are very photosensitive. So here's my story about my Rex dad, who is a tranny vampire. Just totally keeps the house dark and cold. It's very inhuman. You walk in there and it's dark and cold and empty. They really are like vampires. And always turns the lights off. So here's just an example of my Rex dad is just a vampire tranny. Photosensitive. So
Hans thinks his parents are secretly trans. he's so paranoid that he has transvestigated his parents and decided they are secretly trans, even though they're his parents.
We'll just be sitting there having a conversation, just a group of people, and my Rex dad will like walk in the room and just turn the lights out on everybody. And it also just shows how these creatures, nobody else exists in the world except for themselves. And that just shows you exactly, like, my Rex dad will literally walk into a room where a bunch of people are sitting, having a conversation and stuff, and she'll just go turn the lights off on everybody and just not even say anything about it. Just, she'll think that that's like a normal thing to do. So I've always known that my dad was just wrong, just not a human being. Like, what is that? I don't even know what they are. So, but not a regular human, just a vampire tranny. Yeah, I've gotten actually a few comments about that, about photosensitivity. The hormone abusers, they are very photosensitive, so leave a comment if you know about...
What does he mean by Rex dad? He means it has something to do with the dad being, like, trans or secretly not actually being his dad or something. I don't know specifically. I haven't seen a video where he explains that.
Photosensitive vampire trannies. All right, God bless everybody.
Oh, Hans. Oh, Hans, hun, no. This ain't it, bud. This ain't it. Alright, back to the normal non-conspiracy. Well, there's always a little bit of conspiracy on the Chud stuff, but, you know. If his parents were transpires, I like that. Wouldn't he also be one? You'd think so. Like in Twilight, they have a little vampire baby. Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. His parents are probably real thrilled to know how crazy he is and what he thinks of them. Yeah, no kidding. Transpires. I'd watch that movie. Okay, we got the Sydney Watson character, we have the quartering, we have One Angry Gamer, we have Tate's... Well, you know what, since we just did a BitChute link, let's take a look at the BitChute links being censored thing. Let me see what else we got. Oh God. Okay, we're gonna do a super cut of One Angry Gamer. We're gonna do the BitChute, then him bitching about Arthur, and then Marvel's Avengers because of the diverse characters or whatever he thinks is stupid about it. Is the P.O. box address still the same? I got some infant blood left over I want to send you. Ooh, I hope Jake re-upped the P.O. box thing. He was supposed to. I didn't remind him, though. Okay. So, One Angry Gamer has a thing about BitChute links censored on Twitter. Big Tech have been working overtime to ensure that BitChute never gains ground or eats into their market share. There's no concern about that. Mainstream people don't want weird conspiracy theories and Holocaust denial. It's not going to happen. YouTube hasn't even been able to turn a profit in its entire history. I very much doubt BitChute, which has far fewer viewers, is going to do the same. I'd imagine it's going to shut down in the next 5 years. Their server costs must be fucking absurd. They utilize shadow banning to prevent links from appearing or downgrade the keyword viability of BitChute videos on search engines, or in Twitter's case, outright prevent some users from sharing links by claiming that the links are harmful. They are. BitChute's really bad. Multiple users informed BitChute that the links to BitChute videos were being blocked by Twitter. This led to BitChute informing their followers on August 7th about the censorship. BitChute tweets, "It appears as if Twitter has started blocking all tweets that contain BitChute videos. Please test this and share your experience in the comments below." In just 5 months, BitChute has doubled its monthly traffic from 15 million monthly visitors to 30 million monthly visitors. Despite all obstacles Silicon Valley has placed in our way, we have continued to grow and we will continue to grow. Please support here. Consider also bookmarking the BitChute website or even setting it to your homepage. Don't let the authorities win. I find this 30 million monthly visitors questionable. Are these independent visitors or are these the same ones? Because if you look at BitChute and the number of views their videos have, It's not that many, right? Let's see, what's trending on BitChute? Let's see the number of viewers. Here's the #1 trending video on BitChute. You know how many views it has? 10,000. I have videos on my Hannah and Jake channel that have way more than that. Like, that's nothing, and this is the #1 trending video. 10,000 views, and you're claiming that over 30 million people are coming to this website a month? That's an outright fucking lie. There's zero chance. And then they drop off, like, precipitously. Look at 10,000, 6,000, 6,000, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Looks like there's a decent number of 4,000s. You know what I mean? Like, the bottom one on the page of trending videos is 2,000. Like, and you're claiming 30 million people are visiting your website a month? Horseshit. Has this chud been covered? Let me take a look.
90.
I don't think so. We can look at that. Oh, wait. 33 secrets? Maybe. We can check it out later. Anyway, so BitChute is inflating their numbers severely because there's 0% chance. I would find it hard to believe if 1 million independent IP addresses visited in a month to BitChute. I'm not, like... How are there only 10,000 views on your trending videos, BitChute? Those are the most popular videos on your site. How would that make any sense? Consider bookmarking the BitChute website or even sending it to your homepage. Don't let the authoritarians win. Let's again look what's... Don't let the authoritarians win. Let's see what's on the front page of BitChute. Let's see, we have President Trump saying Democrats intend to steal the election. That authoritarian's okay, though, apparently. Here's another Trump one, here's another Trump one, and again, these are popular videos, and they have 200, 100, 200, 500, 300, 200, 700. That's a popular video for this site. You know what I mean? Like, what? And of course, you know, they're all in favor of authoritarianism when it's Republicans, but when platform holders decide not to help spread horse shit, then apparently it's bad, you know? That's authoritarianism, deciding what you want on your platform. This person says, what the fuck? Just checked all my BitChute links, got murked. I don't even talk about politics. Well, you're posting BitChute links, so no, basically every video on BitChute's political. The entire reason people put things on BitChute is because it's too fucked up to put on YouTube, right? And that's 99% of the time political. The other 1% is weirdos like Hans who think that, like, vampires exist. All I do on BitChute is tell ghost stories. Let's look at this person. Jules Maybe. Let's see if we can find their BitChute account. It's linked from the YouTube, and on YouTube they have their BitChute account. This person only has 23 subscribers on YouTube. DeviantArt. Tumblr. Newgrounds. Is Newgrounds even still a thing? Let's look at this guy on BitChute and see what he does on BitChute. Because it's possibly just as scary stories. But, like, he would be in that 1%, right? The vast majority of videos on BitChute are entirely political. And fucked up political, too. Can't find his name. Again, the search function on this website is awful. It's awful. Anyway. It wasn't just anguish and shock from users, there was evidence too. A few users posted screenshots of the messages they received from Twitter indicating that the reason their BitChute links wouldn't appear in tweets was because Twitter had labeled the BitChute website as harmful. Correct! It is! It's full of conspiracy theories and Holocaust deniers. Newgrounds started becoming popular after Tumblr banned sexy pictures on its platform. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Have I seen this chud? And then there's a BitChute link. Turd flinging monkey. Yikes. So there's, you know, them saying that you can't post BitChute links because harmful. The errors weren't the same for everyone, though. Some users reported that even though Twitter classified BitChute links as harmful, they were still able to click through the links and continue to the website. Okay? This comes after YouTube utilized link jacking and shadow banning efforts against BitChute starting in June of this year. YouTube's method is a preventative measure to ensure that people can't post links to videos on BitChute that might contradict whatever narrative YouTube is promoting, or from linking to channels that were terminated by YouTube. Last year, Twitter suspended BitChute's news channel, NewsShoot, which was being operated by Nick Monroe. 2 years ago, PayPal had permanently suspended the BitChute PayPal account to prevent them from receiving public donations. Good. It's the end of the article. Not the best end to an article. I think that's a good thing. BitChute is awful. It's full of conspiracy theorists and Nazis and right-wing weirdos who post hateful videos. I have no sympathy for that shit. What if we reasonable people invaded BitChute? I guarantee they'd ban us. I've thought about it before, like, what if I just started posting videos on BitChute? Because I'm, like, trans, which people on BitChute fucking hate. And even worse than that, I'm very non-passing trans, which they hate even more. So, I'd like to see the reeing and how quick I'd get banned if I decided to start posting content to BitChute. But I don't want to get a BitChute account because I don't trust them having my email. Like, there's a 20% chance that's going to end up in the hands of, like, weird Russian hackers who are going to try and, like, get into my email and stuff. So, nah. Not
Nothing
worth.
funny about the tools of capitalism.
There's another BitChute link. Sandman MGTOW. Coronavirus cancels women's careers. Well, Sandman has a YouTube channel. Just use temporary email, I suppose. Still. Oh, that isn't posted to YouTube, though. No, it is. It is. Yeah. Sandman has a YouTube account. We can look at Sandman later if we have the time. Okay, so the next thing from One Angry Gamer. Arthur on PBS indoctrinates kids with Black Lives Matter propaganda.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
MMO addicted with 100 bits. Bah. I wouldn't say very non-passing. You remind me of my mom, kinda. You have very nice hair. Well, thank you. My voice is very like this, though, so... It's even worse when I'm doing this, honestly, because I got so used to, like... I've gotten better at it, but, like... I got used to, I'm doing a YouTube video. This is my deep, manly radio voice. But, I'm trying to lighten up on it, but I'm really, really bad. So, I don't know. It is what it is. BitChute ban speedruns with fake emails. Imagine thinking that people are all equal and treated equal in kids' shows propaganda. Arthur on PBS has been devolving at a rapid rate into a springboard for indoctrinating children with liberal progressive agenda. Yeah, it's on PBS. It's to educate kids. It's to educate children. And as it turns out, educating kids includes teaching them to be tolerant of people different than themselves. What a shock. Last year, like, imagine, how about this? Mr. Rogers... pool. So, Mr. Rogers, who was Fred Rogers, really, really great guy. This was when, like, segregation was a big topic, right? And Mr. Rogers, and this was specifically about, like, black people swimming in, like, public pools and stuff, and people were freaking out about it. And this was in 1969. This is the year the Civil Rights Amendment is passed, right? So this is, like... or the Civil Rights Act. So this is, like... segregation is just fucking ending. And Mr. Rogers, PBS, God... throws his fucking dick on the table and has an episode where he's in a little pool cooling off, and then the police officer, who is a black man, comes and shares the pool with him.
It looks awfully enjoyable, but I don't have a towel or anything.
Oh, you share mine.
Okay.
Sure.
If one angry gamer were around in the 60s, he'd be like, "This is liberal propaganda! Stop telling my kids it's okay to swim with people of different races!" MMO addicted with another 100 bits. Also, fun story, I, a man with a beard and prominent mustache, get misgendered a lot because I like pink and pastel colors around my parts. Only women wear that. So when in retail and the clerk just looks at me quickly and they go, "How may I help you, ma'am?" And then look at me in the face and go, "Oh, I'm sorry." Based Mr. Rogers, indeed.
Around the country, they didn't want black people to come and swim in their swimming pools. And Fred said, that is absolutely ridiculous.
Today,
Yeah, someone throws bleach in the pool.
Negroes and white rabbis marched to a segregated hotel with these results. Manager James Brock told them to get off his
Fucking
private property,
idiots.
tossed cleaning chemicals inside the pool in an effort to get the Negroes to leave.
Absolutely goddamn
My being on the
ridiculous.
program was a statement for Fred.
Cool water on a hot day.
I love it. I love it so much. Look at his face! He's like, "Take this, you fucking racist pigs." He knows what he's doing! I love it. Look at that face! He's like, "Yeah, bitch. Look at what I'm doing." Fred Rogers, fucking saint. Amazing. Amazing. And that was on PBS. So yes, PBS has always been at the forefront of teaching kids to be understanding of other people and their issues, including racial issues. What a shock. Last year they tried to convince kids that it was okay to be gay by featuring a gay rat wedding. This is true. If you've not watched Arthur in many years because you're an adult, I don't blame you. I don't watch Arthur anymore either. But Mr. Ratburn, Arthur's teacher, got married to a lovely gentleman, and the wedding happened on the show. So that's cool. As is usual with this sort of news, blue checkmark journalists are reeing up a storm like some sort of textual haka for the monastery of menstrual worshippers and seminaries of Soylent. That's a lot of words. I like that he says that the journalists who are in favor of this are reeing when he's the one who made a whole article about how he's mad and thinks that telling kids, "Hey, did you know that there's systematic injustice in this country?" And he wrote a whole article about how he doesn't like it, but clearly everyone else is reeing. Also, I'm pretty sure reeing isn't spelled with an H. I could be wrong, though. Andy Zeisler, writer and editor from Bitch Media, criticized Alabama for blocking the episode while also blocking abortions. Yeah.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
Dude
capitalism.
spanking dudes. Another fact, I think one of the South Bible Belt countries were such snowflakes they tried to ban that gay episode. They did. They did. Certain PBS affiliates in southern states did ban that episode. It was like a double whammy of reality-shattering truth for a millennial brat used to getting whatever she wanted. Sorry to tell you this, sweetheart, but in reality, sometimes the bitches get bitch slapped. What? You're calling her a millennial brat when the affiliates are the ones refusing to show a show because they're little snowflakes that are mad that a character's gay. PJ Media also captured tweets from more butt blasted. Oh, lovely. Speaking like an adult here, I see. Blue check marks including TV writer Jess Dweck, reporter Josh Moon, and CNN's S.E. Coop. Writer M.K. White simply wanted to get rid of Alabama altogether, filling up a hyperbolic tweet with all sorts of polemics to convince people that nothing positive has come from Alabama except with an Oprah Winfrey gif. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Mr. White, but it looks like the only way Alabama disappears for good is in the fiction you devise as headcanon. This guy writes really weird. Like, what the heck is up with this dude? Oh, I skipped to the other article, accidentally. Oh, yeah, this is when they did the wedding episode. Anyway, back to this one. This year, they're trying to convince your kids to become Black Lives Matter activists. YouTuber Nerdette's Newsstand did a 16-minute video breaking down how the show's episode titled Arthur on Racism, Talk, Listen, and Act has gone completely off the rails in trying to recruit your kids in the cultural Marxist fold that is Black Lives Matter. Oh no, not wanting to be shot by the police is cultural Marxism now. It's almost like that word has no meaning. For those of you who have not seen the episode or need a brief rundown of what happened, basically Arthur video chats with his friend Buster about an unnamed video involving allegedly brutality against a black person. The two boys then video chat with the lunch lady, Mrs. McGrady, where she informs them that if they see something that's wrong, they have a moral obligation to act. Yes, the show actively encourages kids to become activists. You can see the full 3-minute clip from PBS YouTube Kids channel below. Yeah? It's not exactly being an activist to say, wow, I see someone being assaulted. I need to tell other people about this. They're not telling you to get on your face mask and go smash the fash. Although if you'd like to, great. They're saying like, hey, see something, say something. Not exactly a controversial statement, right?
And now, a message
I'm
from
gonna
Arthur.
speed this up a little bit.
I gotta call Buster.
Hey, Arthur.
Ooh, Arthur's
Buster,
voice is
did you see that
different.
video?
Yeah, I just watched it. It was awful. I can't believe someone would be hurt like that just because they're black.
Racism is so unfair. No one should ever judge someone by the color of their skin.
But how could it happen here, in Elwood City, right outside the Sugar Bowl?
Buster, it happens everywhere. I was talking to Mrs. McGrady the other day. She said there's a really long history of black people not being treated fairly in this country.
It has
Yeah. None of this is false.
to stop.
We have to do something.
Yeah! But what can we do? I mean, I'm 8. I can't even fry an egg.
In fairness, that could be because I sped it up so the voices are different, but I thought even before I sped it up it sounded different. Let me...
On my own.
I don't know.
Arthur's definitely still different, even at normal speed. I don't know about Buster. In fairness, the show's been on for like 25 years, so it makes sense if they got new, like, voice actors.
Maybe Mrs. McGrady can give us some ideas. Hold on.
Hello, boys. I'm so glad you reached out to me. Yes, I saw the video too. And let me tell you, it made my blood boil.
Me too.
It also made me scared. I mean, this happened in our neighborhood.
It is scary, Buster. But you should know that a lot of grown-ups are fighting racism and working hard to
There's
keep us
nothing
all
funny
safe.
about the tools of capitalism.
None of this is bad. Dude Spanking Dude says, though and I know it's a cartoon, the existence of black people in the Arthur universe confuses me greatly, but good message. It's yeah, like, I get it. I understand. Because, like, okay, clearly Buster's white, because he's like a white rabbit. Is Arthur black? Because he's an aardvark, right? But, like, that's the color of his fur. Let me look at Arthur characters. Not that it matters. It's a kid show. Of course, I don't care. But, like, most of the characters, if that's what being black means in the Arthur universe, look, well, okay. This character, whose name I forget, has, like, darker fur. And then the brain looks like he has darker fur. Arthur has somewhat of a lighter tone. These two have like a yellow skin tone, or it's just lighter. Racial relations in the Arthur universe get very, very confusing. Ooh, look at hipster Arthur. Anyway. Not relevant to the discussion. Kids will get it.
Why does this keep happening, Mrs. McGrady?
Well, racism is like a disease. If you don't treat it, it's just going to get worse.
Wait, if racism is a disease, can I get it?
Buster, don't worry. This isn't about you.
Actually, it is. It's about all of us. It's not enough to just say, I'm not racist. It's not my problem.
Oh, good. I'm glad they're addressing this and saying, like, yeah, you need to understand that this is an issue that affects everyone, even if you yourself are not racist.
We have to actively fight against racism. As my friend John Lewis once said, if you see something that is not right, not fair, not...
Who's John Lewis? Former United States representative. Oh, yeah. Okay. And the lunch lady apparently knew him because she described him as a friend.
Just. You have a moral obligation to do something about it.
So, what can we
There's nothing
do?
funny about the tools of capitalism.
Devious Chillster with 50 bits. This is the most wholesome shit I've seen all fucking week. Oh, he marched with MLK. Gotcha.
One of the most important things is what you're doing right now.
Eating carrot sticks?
I mean, talking about it. Talk about racism with your friends, your parents, your teachers. Don't be afraid to ask questions. We all have a lot to learn about this issue. Also, listen. Listen to people who have experienced racism firsthand. Imagine what it would be like if it happened to you or someone you love. And finally, act. When you see or hear of someone being treated unfairly, stand up for them. Say something. It might be scary, but I guarantee you it's better for everyone. And it's the right thing to do.
Wow.
This is
you
great.
really inspired me.
Yeah.
This is
thank
like
you,
the
Mrs.
most
McGrady.
direct I've
I'm
ever
gonna
seen
talk
a
to my parents
show
about this
talk
right
about
now.
this.
Hey,
This is
Mom.
cool.
Me too. Bye.
Whoa, that's it. I was just getting going. Remember, kids, talk, listen, and act. If we work together, we can make a difference. And eat those carrots, too.
Based Arthur. Let's see. What we don't talk about is how multiple people have been assaulted for not supporting the Black Oh, Jesus Christ. More white people are killed by cops than black people. Yeah, that's because there's more white people. We're talking about rates. The rate of black people being killed by police is much higher. It's disproportionate compared to how much of the population is made up of people of color. More than a dozen people have died due to the BLM riots. It kind of happens sometimes when some crazy shit's happening. It doesn't mean you don't need to still take action. More than 400 million in damages have occurred to businesses due to the Black Lives Matter riots, okay? And an 8-year-old child was murdered. Oh god, let's see this link. Oh, it's on InfoWars. No thanks. None of those facts are presented during the clip. The show is essentially trying to inoculate kids into the liberal progressive fold, attempting to plant the seeds to become a riotous vandal and an uncultured swine. If standing up for the rights of my fellow Americans is liberal progressive, then just call me Karl Marx. Remember how they operate. They utilize the 3 I's: infiltrate, inoculate, indoctrinate. You know, at all the liberal and leftist meetings we go to. We talk about the 3 I's all the time, clearly. At this point, they're constantly trying to inculate your kids with cultural Marxist talking points to move them further left and eventually get them indoctrinated enough to become liberal progressives, and then lure them further left until they become outright communists. This is all done through the application of cultivation theory. Dude, why do you make this a, like, left-right issue? The facts and statistics show that people of color are being unduly targeted by the police for violence and murder. That's a fact. The fact that you don't care is, like, fucked up, regardless of your political position. Most people have already been brainwashed into accepting the liberal progressive agenda. People now think they need to fight for gay rights and trans rights, as well as slowly being weeded into accepting open borders and narco-communist talking points, i.e. defunding the police, as well as the erasure of Western culture, tearing down historical statues, revising history. Fellas, did you know that Western culture is literally just statues of slave owners? It appears as if it's too late to reach the masses and wake them up to this subversion. It's already been embedded into almost every aspect of our media and social networking. Twitter and Facebook especially are especially... Oh, that's bad. This is why you need a copy editor. Twitter and Facebook especially are especially... That's bad. Maybe edit that. culpable for fostering echo chambers where only liberal progressive ideologies are allowed to grow and metastasize like some kind of unchecked cancer. Yes, the cancer of tolerance. Truly, the least treatable cancer of all. Stephen J. Neptune Man with 100 bits. Violent mass shooters don't represent all conservatives, but deaths of innocent bystanders represent all Black Lives Matter activists. It's almost like they're hypocrites. What a shock. The only thing left for those of you who are aware of what's going on is to watch what your kids watch, to be there and to actually parent. You need to ensure that your children aren't, being indoctrinated into becoming violent thugs and murderous looters who end up on the Traitors of America list. I'm sure that's what they're worried about. Winding up on the list of some weird chud who writes articles about video games even though he appears to not like any video games. Did I wind up on this list yet? God damn it. Damn it. Add me to the list already, you coward. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The commenters on this site are fucking sick. Anyway, here's the final article from one angry gamer that we're gonna watch today. Marvel's Avengers and the dev team embrace diversity, says Sean Eskiag. I'm actually pretty excited for Marvel's Avengers. Their video, let me take a look. Marvel's Avengers. I'm a big fan of superhero movies and superhero games. And they just did like let me find this on YouTube so I can show you a little bit of it. Marvel's Avengers. I'm not a fan of the games as a service model, but I'll at least try this game out. I think it's having an open beta. Sad about Spider-Man? Yeah, I think console-specific shit is very, very stupid. Come on. Where the heck is it? Gameplay. Oh, is it out already? Did I miss the release of this? Because I'm seeing some people, you know, having access to it. Anyway, let's show some gameplay. It's a walkthrough by someone.
Guys, welcome to Marvel's Avengers. This is a game I was looking forward to playing. That's kind of cool.
You can play as all the different Avengers, and they're going to add more as the game goes on, and, you know. I think it looks like fun.
Who are we dealing with here? They did not introduce themselves.
Oh, that's sick.
Hang on, those guns are shield issue. I'll get committed.
I think Square Enix is just publishing. I could be wrong, though.
Anything but inspect this temple of capitalism.
A couple of nerds. Thank you for raiding. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. We're checking out Marvel's Avengers because we're going to be reading this Chud article about the dev team embracing diversity, and this gamer is mad for some reason.
See? Okay,
There's some Thor gameplay. Here's Iron Man. It looks fun. I think it'll be enjoyable.
Yeah, I'm blown away right now.
Can't take the feeling we're playing catch up. There's something else going on here.
Avengers, if you could.
I'm excited for the Captain America bits. I like Captain America a lot. Both as a character and in terms of, like, combat because of the shield stuff. Anyway, I don't want to... This isn't, like, a video game stream, so I don't need to do a whole thing about it, but... Hulk's ass is fat. True. He's gonna Hulk thunderclap them cheeks and destroy an entire city block. Square Enix, Crystal Dynamics, and Eidos Montreal are all for diversity and hope that it shines through the upcoming game dubbed Marvel's Avengers. According to the game's creative director and writer, Sean Eskag, the poster child behind this diversity agenda is unsurprisingly Kamala Khan. Kamala Khan being Miss Marvel, she, can grow and shrink parts of her body. I think that it can be sort of elastic, a little bit like Plastic Man. I'm not super familiar with Kamala Khan. I know she's very popular, though. I'm kind of waiting for the MCU to integrate her into the MCU before I get to know more about her. That's usually how I've worked, is like, oh, I'll see the Marvel movie, and then I'll check out comics, because it helps me sort of hone in on, like, the basics of the character before I get into the comics, because it's kind of tough. Although, oh, Christ. So one angry gamer says, although the fugly, stretchy girl, what are you talking about? She's, like, conventionally attractive. What are you talking about? Has competition in the diversity department, which comes in the form of Black Widow rocking a jawline that would make one question the Russian-born assassin's gender. The devs believe that Kamala Khan is a better candidate for said agenda. So because a cis female character doesn't fit the mold for what you believe a cis woman should be, you're labeling them as trans even though they're cis. The level of, like, insane mental gymnastics these crazy chud people go through just boggles the mind. I really don't get it. Despite the devs outlining this a while back on October 22nd, 2019 by stating that Kamala Khan is a relatable fangirl like the team and is free from 80 years of history, the developers made sure to hammer home the same thing in a new interview conducted on August 7th, 2020. SCAG chatted with publication site the6thaccess.com to express how this whole team is for diversity in general, which the expanded take on diversity in current year content, which Marvel's Avenger lies below. Oh, but Hannah, she doesn't have huge anime titties. The thing is, I think she even does. Let me take a look. Marvel's Avengers game Black Widow. Let's look at the game Black Widow. Like, what? She looks like an attractive woman. Like, she's in a skin-tight outfit and you can see your titties. What are you talking about? Gamers are apparently idiots. So the interview says, quote, "We're all for diversity in general. I love Kamala Khan, what she represents, what she brings to the table, how she reunited the Avengers, and how she's just a fan like us and idolizes these heroes. One of the things that is important to know about the way we approach the stories, and this is what Marvel is very good at in terms of opening up the 80-year history, the game, the opening up the 80-year history, the game, I think that's a mistype, is that as long as we can ground those heroes and place them within our universe, within our world and story, every hero is on the table. So the opportunity to see more diversity of heroes, of storylines, everything is what we're trying to set up, is this sort of living organism that is the AIM-dominated world that sort of happens after the campaign. That's the foundation of what we can now create, these new stories and hero arcs, and yes, the goal is to open up the entire Marvel universe and use that as a palette to draw from, place, and situate in our world. Moreover, on a journey to stop an evil company named AIM, which stands for our Advanced Idea Mechanics, it's a evil organization that uses science in the Marvel universe. Gamers can pick from Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hulk, Thor, Kamala Khan so far. Other playable characters such as Hawkeye and Spider-Man will join the fray, which Ant-Man seems to be yet another playable character that will likely fill the ranks at a later time. I'm wondering how the Ant-Man character is going to work. Because in terms of gameplay, if Ant-Man shrinks and the camera zooms in, you're going to be closer to the details in the environment, so they're going to look worse. So I'm curious how Ant-Man's combat is going to work. If you're actually going to have the ability to shrink at will, or it's just going to be part of attacks. Like you run up and press the punch button and you shrink and punch him. You know what I mean? I don't know. Moreover, on a journey to stop the evil company... No, we read that. If this game seems interesting for you for some reason, because it looks fun, lots of different superhero characters that people like, know that Marvel's Avengers will release on September 4th, 2020 across PC, PS4, Xbox One. The game will boast PS5 and Xbox Series X support this holiday season. Seems like a fun game, but of course, one angry gamer is super mad that it has non-white people in it because he's a snowflake. Very fun. Oh, but she doesn't have huge anime titties. You meant Kamala. Well, she's like, and I know you're being facetious, but like, yeah, she's like 16. And even if adult women don't necessarily have big anime titties. This reminds me when a bunch of chuds got mad because Tifa's boobs weren't as big as fan art and called it SJW influence. Tifa. Tifa. That sounds familiar. Game. Oh, Final Fantasy. Gotcha. Final Fantasy remake, I assume you're talking about. Excuse me, I'm going to go to GameStop and pre-order this game, not only to get access to the beta, but also to piss OAG off. True. Even though they're pretty big, especially when you get the mature dress. Yeah. Arcana Stamper Blackwell, remember that time the gamer's trademark hated the Last of Us 2 character because she was vaguely muscular and sent death threats to Laura Bailey because of things the character did? Good times. Yeah, gamers are the worst. And I play video games. Call me a gamer if you want. I don't care. Gamers are the fucking worst. Do we have to do Tate? We won't necessarily do him next, but I planned on getting to him at some point. One Angry Gamer was definitely one of those gamers. Oh, for sure. Her boobs were from fucking huge to just fucking huge. They were mad because Tifa had a sports bra when she was a fighter. Yeah. People like that are very strange. Again, I don't understand these people. Like, they know porn exists, right? Probably of the specific character they want to see naked. Rule 34 exists, right? So if you want to see that character naked, go Google it, and you can find it. But every video game doesn't need to be wank material, like Ghosts of Tsushima. I've been playing that a lot. It's an amazing game. If you haven't played Ghosts of Tsushima, check it out. Like, but no one's sexualized in that game, right? The only nudity I've seen in the entire game so far, and I'm about halfway through, is when the main character goes into these hot springs to gain health. You see his butt briefly, but it's not like sexualized. It's just like matter of fact, like he's getting into the hot spring and he's not wearing clothes. Like, games can be amazing and not have to sexualize their characters in weird, overt ways. Baja Blast says, all things must satisfy me sexually or it's feminist propaganda. True. That's very true. Anyway, so that's enough One Angry Gamer for the day. Terrence, we got this guy, we got Turd Flinging Monkey, Sydney Watson. Let's find something about Sydney Watson because this is the person Baja Blast showed me, and I guess she's like a transphobe or something. So let's maybe see something about her. Let's look at her most popular videos. 1.1 million views. 1 million views. 857,000 views. I'm trying to find a good one. Why is Gillette promoting obesity? Why, when political activism backfires? I was detained and questioned by the FBI at LAX. That's funny. Got kicked out of my apartment for being conservative. Sure you did, bud. It's almost like landlords are bad. Maybe you should move a little further left and we can have a discussion about tenant rights. That'd be great. There's a video about Brie Larson pulling of the quartering. It's tough. It's tough. There's a lot of shitty videos on here. Big Pharma is exploiting children. Okay, let's watch this one. This is about apparently trans kids and how the medical industry is profiting off transgender people. I mean, in the United States, where we have a for-profit healthcare system, which is fucked up, I agree. Let's take down the for-profit healthcare system. Get on our side. That'd be great. She's a TERF. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
So yeah, we're all gonna need therapy after this. Hi, my name is Sydney, welcome back to my channel. Before we launch in, yes, this video is sponsored by Surfshark, because we still love each other. Now, there's a strong likelihood that this video will ruffle some feathers, and if I'm being totally honest, I really wouldn't be doing my service as an Australian American unless
Wait, you're Australian? You have, like, no accent.
I made people upset from time to time. I think you mean all the time. It's far too early in the video for you to be here. Go away. So today I want to take a look at the idea that the medical side of the transgender movement is a money-making racket.
Everything in the United States involving medical anything, whether it be prescriptions or medical care, is a racket. Welcome to the American healthcare system. It's fucked up. This is not trans-specific in any way, shape, or form, any more or less than, like, cancer treatment is a money-making racket, or your diabetes medication is a money-making racket. It's all a racket. That's the American healthcare system.
And before we get started, I just want you all to bear in mind, this is a huge topic with a lot of moving parts, and there's just no way for me to cover them all in this video. So don't yell at me, because it hurts my tender, tender feelings.
Okay? Then maybe don't say transphobic shit. That'd be great. Why would anyone care about your feelings if you don't care about the feelings of others? Just pointing it out.
You don't have any of those. With that being said, I also want to highlight this is not directed at the people who transition and go on to lead happy, healthy lives. It's also not directed at the healthcare professionals who actually do their jobs properly. For once. This is simply a look at the...
What is this throwing shade at healthcare professionals? Look, I have nothing against specific doctors and healthcare providers, people who actually work within the system. It's that the system is fucked up. It's the private hospital ownership. It's the private pharmaceutical companies that are taking advantage of the population that they're serving. They're fucked up. It has nothing to do with the specific doctors, nurses, RNs, whatever.
Nefarious side of the medical complex. Spooky. So yeah, let's get this show on the road. In 1983, a man called Walt Heyer visited a leading gender specialist in San Francisco. After one appointment, the specialist told him that in order to alleviate his feelings of confusion and discomfort, Walt needed to transition to female.
Doubt? I've been through this. It takes a lot of time in order to get your therapist or psychologist or psychiatrist to, like, be like, okay, yeah, you're trans, right? They'll certainly work through those feelings with you, but they won't prescribe that to you, right? If what you're describing sounds like gender dysphoria, then they might recommend that. They might recommend transition, but again, that's after exhaustive conversations over long periods of time. This is not something that happens after one appointment.
By his second appointment, he had a prescription for cross-sex hormones.
Doubt.
8 years later, Walt transitioned.
Especially back in the day when this person, like, apparently tried to transition. I very much doubt that's the case.
Back to male, after finding that gender reassignment did very little to alleviate his original feelings. Just
okay. And that's fine.
So you're aware, this is after he had the snip. Even back in the 80s, and even before that it seems, a body of medical professionals didn't seem to address underlying traumas or unresolved issues of patients before giving them hormone therapies and surgeries.
This is implying that people are trans inherently because of some trauma that they've suffered, which is not the case. The evidence doesn't bear that out. There are people from very loving households who have suffered no major trauma events in their life who are still trans. I'm not trans because of traumatic things that have happened to me. I'm trans because I'm trans, right? There have been studies that show that transness can have to do with the brain itself and have to do with something going on there. Your genetics encode your brain to be more feminine if you were born otherwise as a male, talking in terms of sex, like, as far as we know, it's not trauma-based.
And that trend and way of thinking seems to persist in some medical circles today. This is the point where I encourage you to strap in. It's about to get bumpy. In 2019, a professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins University said that when it comes to transgender patients, their mental problems, often depression, discouragement, are the things that need treatment. They're going to be in the hands of doctors for the rest of their lives. Many of them are going to be sterilized, not able to have their own children, and many will regret this. Can you imagine having a life where you need to seek doctors all the time for everything just to live?
Yeah, it sucks. But it is what it is, right? I'm going to have hormones prescribed to me for the rest of my life. That kind of sucks. It does, but it's the reality. And those extra things can be very invalidating and help cause things like anxiety and depression in people with gender dysphoria. But it doesn't mean the answer is to just not address it in the same way that someone with, like, let's say, cancer, treatment itself might be exhausting and depressing and breed anxiety in them. Nonetheless, it's something you need to do to treat the disease. Same thing here. Gender dysphoria is something that has been studied relatively well over time, and we understand that treatment in terms of transitioning is helpful. Okay? Great.
Getting your hormones checked, getting everything checked. That is something doctors should like to spare people of. But instead of sparing patients, more and more anecdotal accounts are indicating that doctors are very quick to prescribe hormones not only to young adults, but puberty blockers to children.
Okay, first of all, totally different things. Puberty blockers for children do not stop you from ever hitting puberty. They literally put a pause button on you hitting puberty. It's basically so if you're like 11 or 12 or whatever, and you feel that you are not comfortable with the sex you were assigned at birth, or your gender rather, and you feel it doesn't conform to your sex, then you can speak to therapists and your parents and then get on puberty blockers. And what this does is it prevents you from hitting puberty until such an age that you have the mental fortitude, the mental forethought, the maturity to understand the effects of hormone therapy. And at that point, you can either, if it's something you want to do, go on the hormones and transition, or if you decide that you've changed your mind, if it's not something you actually wanted for whatever reason, they take you off the puberty blockers and you go through puberty normally. It's fine. It does nothing. It does nothing. It literally just stops you from going through puberty, which, for a trans person, can be pretty fucking traumatic, let me tell you. As someone who had to go through puberty, fucking sucks. There's a reason a lot of trans people are into body horror, right? Like, you watch the movie The Fly with Jeff Goldblum, and there's all these weird changes, and it's disturbing, and it's like, yeah, I feel that shit. I get that. Waking up every day to try and figure out what new fucked up thing your body has done to make you feel uncomfortable in your own skin. It's a thing trans people have to deal with. Puberty blockers for children, do not put them in a box and force them to transition later. It's just a pause button so they can decide when they're more mature. Secondly, in terms of getting hormones quickly, bull fucking shit. I've been through this process. I am on hormones. Unlike you, who has no idea, and you're literally just listening to anecdotes from weird right-wing people, and people who have decided to detransition, which, by the way, is their right. And that's completely fine, and I'm sorry if they went down a path that wasn't happy for them, but studies have shown that less than 0.5% of people who transition regret it, or detransition. It's not a majority, even close, in the trans community. It's just not a thing that happens very often. Hormones are difficult to get on. Not only does it take a long time, it takes notes from therapists or psychiatrists or psychologists, depending on where you are. You have to talk to doctors about it. They make you sign a stack of paperwork about this thick, about all the warnings, and then, if you're lucky, you'll get on them. This is not something where you walk in the door and you go, I would like one estrogen, please. And they go, here you go. Not how it works.
There's nothing funny about the tools
Clear
of
the egg.
capitalism.
It took me so long to find out that that's not how puberty feels to everybody. Yeah, same. Porcelain giant with 100 bits. You tell him. Yeah, this lady's the fucking worst. Trying to tell, like, people, like, this is how trans people feel. Like, lady, you're not trans. Shut the fuck up. That'd be great.
Puberty blockers, for those of you who don't know, are drugs designed to postpone puberty.
Postpone being the opportune word.
In children.
Yes, in order to, if they are trans, not have them go through that. And for instance, myself, male to female trans, went through puberty. And any doctor will tell you, I've had doctors tell me this, it's easier for someone who's female to male trans to pass than someone who is male to female, specifically because when you are starting out, appearing and going through female puberty, you can build muscle onto that, and the testosterone can effectively sort of like make you more masculine. But the opposite isn't true. Like, my shoulders will never unbroaden. My frame will never get smaller than it already is, because that's not how hormones work. You can't take that shit back. It's a good thing for trans kids to be able to postpone puberty until such a time that they are mature enough to make the decision as to whether or not they are going to transition, whether that's at 16 or 18 or whatever. And if they choose not to, they just stop the puberty blockers and they go through puberty. It's fine. There's nothing about it that is dangerous.
Self-explanatory. In the last year...
Self-explanatory? What do you mean self-explanatory? Yeah, they're puberty blockers. It postpones puberty. That's it. You can get it later. Devious Chillster with 25 bits. I also feel like we're a lot more hypercritical of how women look, so whenever someone doesn't look like a woman, people will point it out. Notice. True.
We've seen an explosion in the stories of people regretting their decision to transition. And to compound that are the...
This is from RT, which is the Russian government news organization. Russia, where it's like not okay to be gay or trans. You're literally citing Russian propaganda. What a galaxy brain move.
The stories of former transgender patients who claimed they were given hormones without any type of proper therapy or assessment.
And you know what's going to happen when those go to court? They're going to show the mountain of paperwork that they have you sign that explains all of the things that are going to happen because of the hormones. And they go over this with you thoroughly. I've been through this. And they're going to go, oh, this case is getting thrown out. You signed a mountain of paperwork that said you understood the risks.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capital.
Highly in derp with a bit. I wish I had puberty blockers. One of my biggest issues with dysphoria is from my hips being too wide. Thanks, estrogen. That I didn't ask for, yeah. It's very ridiculous.
Funnily enough, an example of this is actually Planned Parenthood, who's become the second largest provider of hormone therapy in the United States.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood is rad as fuck. Support your local Planned Parenthood, people. Donate to Planned Parenthood. It's not only good for general health care, both of women and men, but if you want to support trans health care, Planned Parenthood, good thing to donate to. They're readily available in most places in the country, and they do prescribing for trans individuals. It's a pretty fantastic thing. So, thank you, Planned Parenthood. Rodum20 Gaming, thank you for following.
Yikes. On their website, they clearly state...
Is she just saying yikes because it's Planned Parenthood? And because you're probably anti-choice? And you're like, yikes, it's Planned Parenthood, where they provide medical care to women. Oh no, and now they're helping trans people. Is there any substantive commentary in this video, or is it just her, like, doing little quirky Zooey Deschanel shit? Like, oh yikes, I'm so quirky. That's not an argument. You making weird, obnoxious YouTube edits is not an argument. Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. These people also miss the fact that puberty blockers aren't just used with trans kids, they're also used to treat precocious puberty, which is a condition that causes young children to go through puberty before they're old enough. Yeah,
You don't need to participate in therapy or provide information from a mental health provider to receive hormone therapy. Here they also detail how to get hormones, and at no point in the process is there a mental health evaluation.
There usually is.
Which maybe should be part of giving people life-altering drugs.
Hey, if you're given any drug, probably life-altering in some way, right? You can also go to many places and get, like, antidepressants or anti-anxiety meds without going through therapy, right? If you're an adult person, then it's on you to be responsible, okay? And the doctors still, even if you don't go through therapy, which, again, most trans people do in order to get hormones, the doctor's still gonna sit down and have a long conversation about this with you. And again, give you a mountain of paperwork about this fucking thick for you to sign almost every page of to ensure that you've read it all.
I don't know. Just a suggestion. You know, maybe what they should be giving them instead is a secure internet connection. Which is why today's video is sponsored by Surfshark. Wow, this is, without question, your worst segue to date. Do you own a computer? Do the use take for letting personalists there on the Sydney's 8th option, and no one guarantees so the weird caption. Some children can get, interestingly, at some locations and with a parent.
Devious Chillster with 25 bits. Also, the only reason people like this want a psych test is so they can say, you need a test to see if you're trans, therefore it's a mental illness. I see your fucking game, you human incarnation of an ingrown toenail.
Parents' permission. Some children can get puberty blockers through Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, puberty blockers, again, are something that postpones puberty, but once you stop taking them, your puberty will start. They're innocuous at worst. There's absolutely nothing that's going to happen if you go on puberty blockers that's going to be an adverse effect. You'll just go through puberty later if you decide to, whether it's puberty caused by your own body's hormones or if you do decide to transition, which most people who end up on puberty blockers do decide to do, because what do you know? It's almost like people who are trans know they're trans from a pretty young age. Then you go through puberty just with, you know, medication.
Puberty blocker drugs, in some cases, seem fairly easy to get as well, even though
because they're basically innocuous.
They are not FDA approved for this use and have resulted in thousands and thousands of deaths
Source!
And complications. Just FYI, these drugs are used for other things too.
Yes.
Such as treating endometriosis, for example.
Medications are used for off-label purposes all the time.
The point is, it's not good. Now, because I'm a psychic, I know that some of you at this point are gonna say, but Sydney, the kids can't get the things unless they have parents' consent.
Clear the egg with 10 bits. The only negative effects of blockers I've heard about is bone density issues if you've been on them too long, which wouldn't be a problem if they're administered responsibly. Yep.
And Patricia, you're so right. But I just want to remind you that parents can have their children taken away if they don't let their kids access transition therapies.
That'd be great. That would be awesome. I don't think that's the case in most places, but if it is somewhere, awesome.
Some parents don't.
Altered Rin with 5 bits. The method of getting hormones from Planned Parenthood is called informed consent, so you have to say you're informed on the issues that may arise and want this, yep.
Really have the option to say no. So that's fun.
Yes, it is. It's great for the kids. You don't get to dictate what your kids are or who they are. They're not your property.
What's marginally worse here is that doctors have admitted they don't actually know the long-term consequences and effects of puberty blockers on a child's body.
Hey, you know what the short-term effects of trans people not getting on puberty blockers and going through puberty the wrong way? Suicide, you fucking idiot! Have you seen the trans suicide rates? My god. Thank you to, Malcol MG2000. Thanks for following. All medications, every single medication, and I mean every medication, has some risk. That doesn't mean you don't take it, right? Look at something like chemotherapy. Chemotherapy fucks
Comforting.
you up. It is awful. But often it'll kill the cancer quicker than it kills you. So it's something that we use to treat. This is the same on varying levels with all sorts of medications. You sort of weigh the risk-reward, and you decide whether or not you're going to take it.
There's nothing funny
Very
about the
simple.
tools of capitalism.
Acting like this is a trans-specific issue and not something that goes into deciding if you're going to take literally every other medication is so bad faith, it's ridiculous.
In
And it's not cute. The little edits you're doing where it's like a jump cut and you're somewhere else responding to yourself with T, not fucking cute. It does not jive with this transphobic attitude. You're not cute. You're fucking awful. So knock this shit off. Kierthin, thank you for subscribing.
2015, the National Institutes of Health awarded the Boston Children's Hospital $5.7 million to conduct the first, just want to highlight that, the first study in the US to evaluate the long-term outcomes of giving transgender youths medical treatment.
That's because youth transgender care is a relatively new thing. It's a thing that hasn't been allowed to happen in the past, right? Anecdotally, we can talk about this, especially as an adult trans person only going through this as an adult. I can tell you I would have preferred it as a kid. However, anecdotes are what you need to go on. You do need to do studies. So this long-term study will help evaluate the efficacy of trans healthcare for youths. I think it's going to turn out that the outcomes for these individuals is going to be much better than those who wait until adulthood to make these decisions. Could be wrong, but again, the reason this is the first time is because we haven't done studies on these things before because it's a relatively new thing. You can't do a long-term study if you don't do the thing first. Jesus. Devious Chillster with 50 bits. My heart medication also makes my teeth rot out of my skull, so they told me that had happened to make sure if it was alright. Yep. Medications come with risks. Dude Spanking Dude says, I like how TERFs and all these people try to ban transitioning and stuff, yet we don't vilify and try and ban religious indoctrination and the other things that really hurt children. Almost as if this shit is based on bigotry. Yeah.
Predominantly hormone blockers and cross-sex hormones. Never mind that they've already been giving kids these drugs for literally years.
Hey, Sydney, you stupid bitch. How are you going to do a long-term study if no one does the thing first? Sydney, you stupid cunt. How are you going to study a thing that hasn't happened yet? You need to prescribe children these things and then do a study on it. Because anecdotally, we understand that trans adults who were once children are saying, hey, we should provide this to kids because I would have really, really preferred if that had happened, right? So then you do that, and then, meanwhile, you do a study on that to ensure that the anecdotes that have been given by actual trans people instead of stupid, obnoxious Australian YouTubers who quote fucking Russian propaganda. So you do the study to make sure that what people who are trans have said about transitioning and help that they could have received as a kid, you do the study while you are providing that help to kids because that's how studies work. Staring into the camera and looking distressed isn't an argument.
At this point, this kind of just sounds like human experimentation just to see what happens, because who even cares, right?
It's not experimentation, it's providing health care to people and then studying the results of it.
Kind of like when you're 10 and you're conducting your own experiments on flies by catching them and pulling their wings off.
I think that's just you. I think that's just the sociopathy talking. Maybe don't assume everyone else is a fucking psycho.
To see if they grow back. Sydney, no one does that. Yeah, well, they don't grow back. Just so you know. Now, one of the most widely prescribed puberty blockers, Lupron, however this is pronounced.
I don't know how to pronounce a thing, but I'm gonna talk about it without a medical degree as if I know what I'm talking about and then quote Russian propaganda as if it's unbiased. Genius.
Recently had to update its label to indicate that it causes seizures and serious psychiatric adverse events.
It certainly can. That doesn't mean it's predominant amongst all users. Have you looked at the pages of disclosure for literally any of the medications you've ever been on? Because the same thing can be said for certain antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication, sleeping medication, all kinds of medication has these warnings.
Such as crying, irritability, impatience, anger, and aggression. Something that I personally found really disturbing here as well is how there are some hospitals and doctors who are proud of themselves.
Arcana Stamper Blackwell says, if this lady had her way, we'd still be using leeches because we couldn't possibly experiment with all this newfangled pharmaceutical science. Right? Like, how does she think stuff gets approved by the FDA? Does she not understand that human trials are a thing that happen and that's how medications get approved?
For dealing with children and
it's like she's just horrified by how medicine works.
treating children as young.
My Chud friend sent me one of her vids. Hold on, let me look at the link for that one.
I'm
Oh, Christ.
is 3. I mean, for starters, a 3-year-old doesn't know what gender or sex is. They don't really think much of anything. They're 3. If they do think anything, it's probably like whether or not dirt has a taste and how much of it they can fit in their mouth. And obviously, more importantly, treating someone from the age of 3 means, over a lifetime, that's a lot of money. And yet, drugs...
Sydney, when I was very, very young, I knew something was wrong and that I wasn't comfortable in my body. 3-year-olds, as much as you might think they're idiots, and hey, kids are idiots, I get it, are still aware if their own body makes them uncomfortable. Jesus.
That have not been properly tested or studied on healthy kids that are not FDA approved for...
How do you think medication gets FDA approval?
For this use, that...
And again, off-label use of medications is used all the time.
Cause emotional issues are now endorsed by the American Pediatric Association and codified by international guidelines.
Wow, and it seems like they certainly know a lot more about research and using medications on children than you do, so I guess you should shut the fuck up about it. That'd be great. Oh, I'm sorry, have you had some published works in journals? Have you published any research that you've done in your lab? Published any long-term studies on the efficacy of certain drugs within certain populations? Oh, no, you don't know anything about that stuff? Well, I don't either, but I'm also not claiming I know more than the American Pediatric Association. It's almost like you should shut the fuck up. That'd be great.
Well, cover me in maple syrup and call me a pancake. I don't even know what's happening.
I'm so quirky. I make funny faces at the camera. I'm so relatable. I have tea. What the fuck is this personality?
I don't want to make a joke out of this, but this is probably...
That's not ad hom, by the way. She's wrong because she's wrong and the things I've already addressed, not because of her shitty YouTube persona. That's an issue in its own right.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Antipodine squid with 100 bits. Off-label use can be awesome. 2 of my medications for fibromyalgia meds are off-label use. One is for epilepsy and the other is anti-anxiety. Yeah, and my ex I know who had like cluster headaches. She was on some kind of anti-epilepsy drug because that was supposed to help, even though that's an off-label usage. Off-label usage of drugs happens all the time. So doctors will sometimes use that, and then studies will be done, and it might become a label use at a later date. But the FDA takes a long time to do stuff, so.
How we end up with real-life X-Men. What I find interesting here is that most widely...
Wait, do you think real-life X-Men would be a bad thing? I mean, you probably do, because you think people who are different than you are bad and don't have the right to exist, but, like, I'll take some fucking laser eyes. That'd be cool. Dudes spanking dudes. Well, we're on the subject of trans. I don't know if you want to go on I don't know if I want to go on hormones, since I want to fit a fashion aesthetic that won't fit in a masculine body, but I definitely want the boobs yeeted. Hey, you know, whatever makes you happy. You're valid either way. Hormones, no hormones, whatever. Whatever makes you happy. Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. I was put on a sleep aid that was usually used as a blood thinner in high school. I took it 2 nights in a row and I was sick from low blood pressure. My doctor told me this might happen when she prescribed it. Yeah, and that's what you do. You can do off-label prescriptions, and then you see how you react, and if the negatives outweigh the positives, you stop taking it. That's how all medications work. Off-label, on-label, anything.
Cited studies conclude that most children who experience gender dysphoria or question their gender will naturally come to embrace their birth sex. In addition,
wait, what? What study is this?
Most widely cited studies conclude that most children who experience gender dysphoria or question their gender will naturally come to embrace their birth sex.
What studies? You can't just say widely quoted studies and then not source. Let's see. Which one? Increase in trans patients. Boston Hospital opens kids clinic. Former patient sues clinic. Detransition story. That's not a... Lupron. Transition at 3. Children identify as their birth sex. There we go. I think that one's the one she's trying to cite. Hold on, I gotta see what the fuck this is from. The New Atlantis, a journal of technology and society. Let's look at what the New Atlantis journal. The New Atlantis is a journal founded by the social conservative advocacy group, the Ethics and Public Policy Center, in 2003. The journal is not peer-reviewed and covers topics about social, ethical, political, and policy dimensions of modern society and technology. Really? A right-wing conservative think tank journal with non-peer-reviewed articles. That's your source? Hooey. Well, we don't even need to read that, because that's garbage. So.
In addition, some data...
Between that and the using Russian propaganda as a source, I'm starting to think you're not the smartest person, or you're arguing in bad faith. Gee, I wonder which it is. Let me know if you see this video.
Suggests that transgender people are still likely to commit suicide even after receiving hormone treatment.
Yes. Here's the thing. I've talked about this study before. Between pre-transition and post-transition, the suicide rates for trans people goes down after they transition. But after they transition, it's still higher than the general population. And do you know why that is? Because trans people get treated by shit. Like shit by society. By people like you, Sydney. You will make people want to kill themselves. I think you're probably okay with that, because I think you find trans people killing themselves funny, even though it's not. But that's why it's higher than the general population. People like you.
Treatment and surgeries. So, this rolls us around.
Again, completely misrepresenting statistics. Not a good faith actor.
To my 2 main questions. If the majority of children eventually outgrow their gender dysphoria...
You have absolutely no evidence of that. The thing you cited was literally from a right-wing think tank with a journal that is not peer-reviewed. It is not a scientific journal. It's propaganda. And hey, I would say the exact same thing if it was a left-wing think tank with non-peer-reviewed. You cannot cite a non-peer-reviewed journal and claim it as a source and expect people to take you seriously. Fucking idiot.
Why are we introducing them to hormonal and even sometimes surgical interventions that they otherwise wouldn't need?
I can't wait for these long-term studies to come out so we can actually cite them and be like, hey, look, there's really, really good outcomes for people who go on puberty blockers and transition. And they're gonna go, now we don't like statistics.
And if hormonal therapies and surgical interventions don't necessarily alleviate negative feelings,
they do. You completely misrepresented that statistic by claiming that trans suicide rates are higher afterward when they are not. Trans people before transition have a higher suicide rate than those after transition. But that after transition number, I guess because of the camera, I should probably do it this way, but that number after transition is still higher than the general population because trans people are not respected in society. People still treat trans people like shit. A lot of trans people don't pass, and people treat them like shit for that, even after they transition. What's up?
She's what happens when the school system doesn't teach critical thinking skills. You need to understand how to find actual sources of things. They need to be peer-reviewed. They can't have any bias. So if it's a company that is doing studies on its own thing, that's questionable as well. You need to make sure that you just do your fucking research.
Fourth-year PhD candidate in developmental biology. PA 90, thanks for following.
In some adults, then why are they more
sorry,
it's
genetics, my bad,
than likely the first option? Because money. As far as money making goes, the medical industry, particularly in America,
love you too. Antipodian Squid, Baja's love, Baja's life, Baja gets bits.
Aw, thank you.
Is enormous.
I just want cuddles from my Hannah, that's all I want.
Being transgender, a lifetime of hormone treatment, surgeries, therapy, and other treatments can add up real fast.
Yeah, it's almost like that contributes to the trans suicide rate even after transition. Sucks being trans, but it is what it is, and you still have better outcomes when you transition than when you don't. So, the fact that there are negatives on top of the positives doesn't mean that the positives don't outweigh the negatives, right? Again, it's that risk-reward analysis that you make when going on any medication or making any choice in your life, for that matter.
Now, remember how I mentioned Planned Parenthood? Yeah, well, when the company's revenue took a dive with fewer women accessing abortion services by 2016, they expanded into the transgender market. In documents, they said that their goal is to diversify their revenue base. And diversify they did. Based on how many donors and sponsors they have too, I'd also guess that they're getting kickbacks from referring patients to doctors and so on. I'm speculating, of course.
Hey, Sydney, if you want to advocate for the ending of for-profit healthcare in this country, I'm right there with you, comrade. Let's tear down the establishment and ensure that no one can try and make a buck off people suffering ever again. But if you're not, then you're just using it again in bad faith, right? If you're not in favor of universal healthcare, this entire argument is you just trying to be like, how can I demonize trans people? Well, I'll tell them they're being taken advantage of by the medical community. I have bad news for you, Sydney. If you're in America, we're all being taken advantage of by the medical industry. It is how it is. That's why you should advocate for things like universal healthcare.
But it wouldn't shock me. To be quite honest, nothing shocks me anymore. What can I say? I'm all out of shocks. No shocks given. Okay, thank you. We get it. Now remember...
Oh god, her little comedy asides are so awful. And again, not an ad-hom. Has nothing to do with how shitty she's being and, like, how wrong she is for citing these non-peer-reviewed studies. But, like... Jesus.
Remember how I also mentioned the puberty blocker Lupron? Well, the companies who manufacture it, Abbott Laboratories and Takeda Chemicals, paid almost $200 million to the Department of Justice for giving doctors illegal kickbacks in exchange for prescribing Lupron to patients.
Yeah, the for-profit medical industry is super fucked up. This happens with tons of different medications. Have you been to your doctor's offices and they have like little mugs that have certain medication names on them, or they have, you know, they'll have a variety of things in their office that might, like pens sometimes will have medication names on them, because those are ads. Basically, pharmaceutical reps will go to doctors and they'll be like, hey, let me tell you about this medication. You should prescribe it to your customers who have this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem. Here's a bunch of pens. You have to buy office supplies, so why don't we give you a bunch of pens, and here's a mug, and here's a da-da-da-da-da-da. It's all advertising for the prescription drug company, because, again, in the United States, we have a really fucked up for-profit healthcare system. Did you know the United States is one of the only countries in which you can have commercials for medication? That's not a thing in other countries. You know, you see the commercials where it's like, hey, do you have this symptom, and this symptom? And it's a bunch of generic B-roll of, like, people going on a jog or people, you know, mowing their lawn or whatever. Buy, you know, Remeron, you know? Ask your doctor about Remeron today. And then there's, like, a scroll of... Most countries don't have that. This country is fucked.
Good stuff. Now, although this happened in 2001 and Lupron does have several other uses, it's not to say that Big Pharma isn't currently operating like this. After all, there is a history of big pharmaceutical companies giving doctors kickbacks for pushing particular drugs.
Yes, this has nothing specifically to do with trans healthcare. It's a problem across the board. We need to undo the for-profit healthcare system in the United States.
In addition, the cost of Lupron is anywhere from $775 a month, and that over the course of a few years can add up real quick.
I imagine that's the without health insurance price.
In fact, in 2017, the drug sales equaled $669 million in the United States alone.
Yeah, for-profit healthcare is fucked.
A $16 million increase from 2 years earlier. And with rates of children identifying as transgender currently skyrocketing across the world.
Skyrocketing! That's because in the past it was not considered okay to be trans. It still isn't, especially from people like you. So more people stayed in the closet. I'm sure there's countless numbers of trans individuals who would have been much happier had they been allowed to transition, but they were raised in a society that found that to be disgusting, so they weren't allowed to do so. So it's going to appear that the rates are going up, similar to, for instance, if you looked at a study citing, like, let's say in the 1950s, and you did a study that's like, how many homosexuals are there in the population? I'd imagine the number would be much lower than it is today. But that's not because there were fewer gay people. It's because the people who were gay had to be in the closet and not admit to that, right? So, as society gets more progressive and allows people to be out about who they are, it appears that the numbers go up, but it's not really what's happening. It's just that more people are comfortable self-reporting that, yes, I am indeed trans or gay or lesbian or whatever the study happens to be about.
There's a bit of money to be made here. So in conclusion, put a fork in me. I'm done. Now,
is that it? You done? There's 5 minutes left in this.
Unsurprisingly, this demand has been met with more and more gender youth clinics. In fact, the first opened up in 2007 by Boston's Children's Hospital, and
I have to drive 2.5 hours one way and then 2.5 hours back to get to the hospital I get my trans healthcare at. The reason that so many more centers are opening up around the country is because there are so few providers of trans healthcare. It's a good thing that it's available for people. Because if I didn't make decent enough money, I wouldn't be able to go and do that, to travel 5 hours in order to just get medication every 3 or 4 months. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. And even right now, my car's broken. I gotta get my car fixed before I can go back to the doctor. So, like, the reason we're seeing an increase in the amount of healthcare centers that deal with trans people is because they're currently underrepresented. They're understaffed. There's fewer of them than there needs to be to fill the needs of the population. And now it's coming up to parity with the reality of the situation.
It has since been joined by over 40 others nationwide. But this explosion is also happening for adults as well. In a 14-year span, one study found that gender-affirming surgeries increased by 4-fold. By 2016, this allegedly increased again by 19%.
Yes, because people are more comfortable being out about who they are and they understand, especially seeing people in the public eye get transition and be happier with who they are, and they say, yeah, I can do this. I can tell you right now, If we weren't as open as we are right now in society, which isn't all that open, if we didn't have people in the public eye being open about being transgender and transitioning openly, I probably wouldn't have come out and gotten on hormones and eventually down the line getting the surgeries that I'm planning to get, right? This is how society works. As more people come out about something, the more people collectively realize, oh, I'm not alone. I can do this. And they decide to do it. At some point, it'll plateau out as we reach, like, you know, the entire population of trans individuals understanding that this is something they can do, and if they'd like to transition, they can, and not worry about it as much. At some point, that'll plateau. But right now, we're still in the position where people are just coming out about this stuff, you know? So, thank you to, oh boy, let's see, Luna Greenwich for following, and Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. I only just came out at 33. 33 because I didn't know what I was. Non-binary wasn't in the lexicon when I needed it. Otherwise, I would have been out as a kid. People before me just didn't come out. It's why you also get 50-year-olds coming out. They just weren't able to. Also, just call me Squid or go back to calling me Anita. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Basically that. People are more comfortable being out now, so the rates seem to climb, but that's because the number of people who are comfortable being out has climbed.
And seeking this sort of surgery isn't cheap, with a huge portion of people paying out of pocket.
Yeah, again, for-profit healthcare is disgusting. Let's fucking tear it down, Sydney, since you're so against it. I agree. Let's tear this fucker down!
The past decade, medical infrastructure to support and treat transgender people has proliferated.
Proliferated is not the right word. There are still very few places in the United States you can go to get bottom surgery, at least male to female, in my experience, right? So, no. Again, it's trying to rise to meet demand, but so far, still not there.
And a lot of hospitals and doctors have seized the opportunity to be the front runners in the industry, opening
Welcome to for-profit healthcare. It's fucked up. Can we take your order?
Specialized wings, clinics, and training doctors to do specific surgeries. And here I want to remind you, this is to accommodate 0.6% of the population. Yes.
0.6% of the population? Let's see. How many people are in America? American population. 328.2, 328.2, 0.5%. Oh no! 16.41 million people? That's almost none! We have a large population, so that means even if it's a small percentage, that's a lot of people. That's 16.5 million trans people who need health care, Sydney. It's almost like you use the I even said 0.5, it's 0.6. So it's a little bit higher than the number I quoted. You're like, it's only 16 million people. 16 million people don't deserve health care. Let me see. Hold on. Let me do the math by hand, because that might not be right. Hold on. What was the population? Was it 360? Population of USA. 328. 328. Why can I not find it? Let's see. Boop. Boop. So almost 2 million. There we go. 2 million people, Sydney. That's a lot of people. 2 million people is a fuckload of people, Sydney. Do you want, like, one doctor to be dealing with this shit? Devious Chillster, words cannot describe how much these fucker nerd burglars annoy me with the "it's only this % of the population" argument. Like, just because it's a small amount, what? Fuck them? They don't deserve good things? What if we took everyone with your exact same name and just set them on a desert island? I'm pretty sure you'd have a problem with that, even if that's just a small fucking percentage. Eat a literal dick made of cacti, you obtuse worm-brained simpleton. That's almost 2 million people. That's 2 million people you're saying don't deserve health care. Like, go fuck yourself. What else do you want me to say to that? Like, fuck you?
Yes. Just over 0.5%. Can't quite work out how to cure cancer or anything like that.
What a false fucking equivalence. Oh boy, well, you're doing trans medical stuff. You could be curing cancer. Well, are they an oncologist? Then no. It's not a zero-sum game, you idiot. I work in plastic surgery doing gender affirmation surgery, but I guess I need to go work on oncology even though I don't know anything about it. I'm not an oncologist, but hey, this idiot on the internet who uses jump cuts like they're going out of fucking style said that I should go cure cancer, so...
But, kid, we gotcha. We can stop your puberty. Honestly, I think the reason why this is happening is also reasonably simple too. People like Jazz Jennings, Caitlyn Jenner, and other celebrities have made it look fun and easy when the truth is, transitioning is an incredibly hard road.
It is. Trans people know this. Trans people know it's difficult. It's why our suicide rates are so high.
And most people who decide to traverse it don't have the enormous bank account of someone like Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes, down with for-profit healthcare. I agree.
If you go on crowdfunding websites, you quickly learn how many people are scraping together their pennies just to fund their transition.
True. Check out mine. Hold on. Let me... Twitch.tv/AnnaReloaded. I think I still have the link on here somewhere. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Thank you, everyone, by the way, who helped with this transition fund. I got $10,330, which is going to go towards my bottom surgery. So thanks, everyone. Welcome to the nightmare that is the American healthcare system, where GoFundMe is effectively insurance.
It's not nice. To compound this, education buddies...
I also have a thing. You can go on GoFundMe and find funds for people's cancer treatment. Does that mean that we should stop providing healthcare to people with cancer because they're being forced to beg for money on the internet because our healthcare system has failed? Like, what's your argument here? We know healthcare's expensive. It's why we fight for things like universal healthcare, because this shit is ridiculous and it's broken.
Have started integrating transgender theory into classrooms, telling kids that their sex is malleable.
How much is bottom surgery? Like, from what I saw, like $20,000.
Fluid. Personally, I think this is a little weird to do for 0.5% of the population. But I guess weirder things have happened. Further than that, we now have a third option on birth certificates and driver's licenses. Most websites list a third option when you're identifying your sex.
Okay. How does this hurt you in any way? Why do you care? Like, how is it harming you? Just genuine question.
We are given instruction on how to use gender-neutral language or inclusive language. So if you've now taught an entire generation of young people and children that sex can be changed...
Yes.
Glamorize
your gender can be different from your sex is more what you're trying to say. XY Lily, thanks for following. Oh no, inclusivity, how bad. This is like when conservatives in the 80s and 90s would be like, oh no, all our kids are gonna wanna act all black now because rap is popular. Like, this is the same argument. Like, oh no, different people who are different than me are being seen in society in a positive light. Everyone's gonna wanna be that now. Or, how about this? We live in a diverse society with all kinds of different people of different genders, races, all this kind of stuff. And it's fine. And we can celebrate everyone without demonizing anyone for their identity.
It in the media and in pop culture, and taught people that there are more than two sexes.
Genders.
It's very unsurprising.
And also, sex is bimodal. Intersex people exist. Gender is a social construct.
Surprising to me that there would in fact be an explosion in people seeking out transgender medical therapies and treatment.
Or, in society, we're just now starting to allow these things, and I'm talking allow in the sense that people understand that this is a good thing, people understand that trans rights are worthy of protecting. If people are trans, they should be allowed to do that thing. And so, in kind, people who are trans, who normally would have stayed in the closet their entire lives and been miserable, now feel confident enough to come out and be who they want to be and take steps to improve their lives.
Then you factor in the cost of surgeries and other things like laser hair removal, voice therapy, and so on.
Cancer treatment's expensive. We should let the tumors win. This is your argument. You're literally arguing, this is expensive, so you should just not do it. Like, no. I agree. The healthcare system in America is completely fucked, and it's fucked up that trans people have to shell out tens and tens of thousands of dollars to get where they want to be as a human being, but it doesn't mean you don't do it, right?
And you're looking at an exorbitant amount of money. No matter which way you want to slice it and dice it, being transgender is a lifelong cost.
Yeah. I guess you should treat trans people with more respect because of how tough it is.
And you can bet.
And then you ask why trans people have such high suicide rates compared to the general population. Because it sucks! But it doesn't change the fact that it's who we are, right? Like, I can admit to you, yeah, there's a lot of shit that sucks about being trans, but me understanding that there's a lot of shit that sucks about it doesn't make me not that. It would be like, again, in like the 70s, saying to like a gay person, well, don't you know that like suicide rates for gay people are really high and people treat you like shit? Like, yeah, it sucks, but it doesn't make them any less gay, right? Or imagine going up like to like a black person and being like, oh no, don't you know that there are a lot of negative outcomes associated with being black in America because of systematic racism and the fact that like, I don't know, the police will murder you at a higher rate, institutional racism affects basically everything in the country, your income on average is going to be lower, why don't you just not be black? Like, what? Like, that's not how you solve problems, you idiot.
Bet your bottom dollar that Big Pharma and the...
Dude Spanking Dude says, as sick as this is my own take on cancer, if I got cancer, it's just to spend the money on a trip to Japan and travel around the world and stuff. If I want to get cancer treatment, it's expensive. You're not guaranteed to live. It hurts and you can't... Hey, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But, like, it's not an argument why not to do it, right? That's an argument why the American healthcare system is busted as fuck.
Medical industry are making bank as a result.
Again, yes, welcome to America. We need to fix a lot of things, including our healthcare system.
I know this, of course, because I am a wizard. Now, obviously...
I'm so quirky, ha 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 ha. I'm a wizard, ha 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 ha. Trans people die. Like, this isn't funny. You're not being funny. Fuck off with this shit.
Honestly, I've only touched on a fraction of this topic, and there are so many other factors. But we've seen a huge medical expansion for a tiny, but growing, portion of the population.
Yes, because we're being underserved currently. Remember earlier when I said I have to make a 5-hour round trip just to get the healthcare that I need? Right? And I know you're gonna say, well, you don't need it. Yeah, I do actually. Because if I didn't, I'd probably fucking kill myself, right? In Minecraft. Like, gender dysphoria is a fucking bitch. And I hid this shit for a long, long time. And in high school, I did try and kill myself multiple times. This shit isn't a fucking game. It's not something we're doing for fun. Although there can be fun aspects to it. Finding your identity and finding your own style and getting to, like, be the person you are. But, like... It's not because I just want to do it for funsies, right? It's because if I don't, my life is a fucking nightmare.
And at this point, at least to me, it seems pretty clear that the medical industry is basically taking people's suffering and turning it into a money-making venture.
Welcome to American healthcare, you fucking idiot! Where have you been the last 100 years? What do you think is going on? This is literally the entirety of for-profit healthcare. What does this have to do with trans people specifically? I don't know, guys. I have a feeling that the medical industry might be trying to make money off of sick people. Yeah, that's what we've been yelling about. We need healthcare as a right for everyone. God, these people are so stupid.
We're currently manufacturing a gender crisis that will have irreversible and horrible damaging effects for individuals further down the line. And rather than stopping the indoctrination in schools and also addressing the mental health aspect of all of this, instead we're...
This is like saying, basically, a small percentage of people who get nose jobs regret getting a nose job, so we should ban people from getting nose jobs. No. No.
We're just pumping...
And by the way, people who regret getting gender confirmation surgery are at a lower percentile than regret for any general plastic surgery, just for your information. They only like capitalism when it doesn't help those that they hate. Yeah.
Also, in a study that I read about, like, regret of gender confirmation surgery, it's not that they wish they didn't get the surgery, they wish that the outcome would have been better. Like, they don't have the functionality that they were hoping for, or, you know, there's, especially for male to female, you can have, like, bladder problems, and it's more that than, like, you know, oh, I realized I'm not actually trans.
Yeah, it's about complications from the surgery. Squid says, see, Baja's love, Baja's life. More bits for Baja. Indeed, she is.
I just love Hannah so much, and I don't like her talking about sad things that happened in her past.
People full of expensive and sometimes untested drugs and calling it a day. Now, obviously, there
untested drugs. Puberty blockers have been a thing for a really long time. This is not a new development.
Are medical professionals out there who do the right things by their patients, who treat them with respect and treat this overall issue with respect, and I think that's really great, and they should be recognized and acknowledged for doing that. But for the ones who don't, including big pharma companies, Planned Parenthood, and so on.
Oh no, Planned Parenthood! You said the scary company. Oh no!
These are the people that need to be held accountable for exploiting people. At the end of the day, I am of the opinion that we should be questioning much more why this issue is being popularized and glamorized the way
being trans is not glamorized, trust me.
That it is. Because I can bet you almost anything it has very little to do with human rights and has everything to do with money.
Fuck you! As a trans person, fuck you. This lady's awful.
Now, before I open the floor to you, this is just a reminder that you can download Surfshark VPN.
Jesus Christ. I'm not gonna say I've said, like, you're stupid and you're an idiot this whole time because I'm mad at this person. I don't think she's an idiot. I think she knows exactly what she's doing, and she's arguing in complete bad faith to try and push for positions that she believes in, like that trans people are not okay. I'd imagine if the world existed exactly how she wanted it to exist, trans people just wouldn't be a part of it. And so, she makes dishonest videos about how she thinks that trans people are somehow selectively in the American healthcare system being taken advantage of by money men, when in reality, all of us are. So, Sydney, shut the fuck up. Just knock it off. You're awful. Anyway, that's it for her. Okay, so this is from the 33 Secrets, and it says 99% of females want alpha males but settle for beta males. And this is apparently the platinum pill.
99% of women want alphas, but settle for betas. And this is both a good and a bad thing, right?
Are you trying to explain why the world doesn't conform to your weird beliefs about how women are all sluts who want Chad cock? And you're gonna say it's because they're settling, not because relationships don't work the way you think they work, but because secretly they're all settling. All right.
There's some pros and cons to this, so we're going to dive into this in tonight's coaching video. Let's talk about the good first. With most women wanting alphas and settling for betas, I'm going to talk about the pros, okay? Because there are women out...
I hate this. Don't film against your window when all we can see in the window is a reflection of the room you're in. Like, we can see little dots from buildings, and this would maybe be cool if you had it lit in such a way that you are illuminated, and you can see the city behind you, but that's not what's going on here. We just see a reflection of the room you're in, and it looks obnoxious. Please don't do this.
Out there, we call them good women who, as much as they are attracted to that alpha bad boy, right, who's going to just treat them like dirt, treat them like garbage, cause all sorts of chaos in her life, as much as she's attracted to that just like raw masculinity, even toxic masculinity, dare I say.
No, people aren't typically attracted to toxic behaviors, whether they're shrouded by your masculinity or something else. Toxicity is bad, and most people don't like it.
She knows almost instinctually, her instincts are communicating to her brain that basically this guy is not going to make a good long-term partner, right? He's not going to be a good long-term investment.
You know what would make me think that someone's not a good long-term partner? Probably if they posted about MGTOW incel red pill bullshit all the time. That would be a red flag for me.
Maybe a short-term investment, very short-term investment as far as fun and sexual, and sexual relations go, but as far as pair bonding, creating a family, creating a life...
Pair bonding, or as normal people call it, growing attached to the person that you care about in a relationship. Squid with 50 bits says, doesn't the females want alphas but settle for betas narrative kind of defeat the premise that incels can't get girls because of their looks? Because eventually, down the line, someone would settle for them, but they don't because they're shitty people. Yeah. Red pill incel stuff, like, is very internally inconsistent.
Life, a long-term partner, she knows that this is not the guy.
Instinctively. Did I say instinctually? Or did he say that?
A lot of these women who can kind of like think long-term and see the future are not going to go for these guys. They're not going to spread their legs for these type of guys because they know if they do, that this guy is probably going to turn her into a single mother, aka damaged goods, right?
Ugh, this guy's super gross. I'm always, I shouldn't be at this point with all the red pill stuff we cover, but, like, people like this are so disgusting.
Because she knows, like, the guy will impregnate her, and then he will take off. And most women who are good women are not looking for that. Most women who are good women tend to have more traditional values where they want to become a housewife, believe it or not, even today's day and age. They want...
Doubt. I'm sure a decent number of people want to be housewives or house husbands, and that's great and that's perfect. Whatever you want to do with your life, pursue it, as long as you're with a partner who agrees in your mutual goals. That's awesome. But of all the women I've met in my life, at least the ones I've been friends with, they had really, really lofty goals for themselves. One of my best friends in high school, her name was Billy. She, from a very, very early on in high school, at least, knew she wanted to be a lawyer. She was like, I'm going to be a lawyer, and I'm going to go and do stuff, And she, after high school, started going to college. She ended up moving to China for a couple of years to teach English and got a lot of experience out of that. She came back to continue her studies, passed the bar exam very recently, and is just accepted a place at a law firm, and we haven't talked in a long time, but I see her posts online occasionally, and like, I couldn't be prouder of this person. She was a driven individual who cared about people and knew what she wanted to do with her life, and she did it. Good for her. That's fucking awesome. And most of the women I've known in my life are like that, right? Not all of them, but like, even if your goal isn't to be someone who has this really strong career, you can be driven by like being a really great partner, or someone who like takes care of your children or gets involved with them in their school and whatever, you know? It's just, I don't know who this guy's talking to, or he thinks most women just want to be housewives. Are there people like that? Sure, and that's fine. People have the right to want whatever they want for their lives and work towards those goals how they see fit. I believe you have the right to your pursuit of happiness, whatever that means to you, as long as you aren't hurting other people. But like, this idea that the majority of women just don't want to work isn't something that I've seen. Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. I want to be a mother at some point since I was a child, but I don't want to be stay-at-home parent. I have plans of being a university professor to fund an art career. That's cool, yeah.
Want to become...
And of course, people can have kids and careers, and that's awesome too.
A mom. They want to be a soccer mom. They want to take their kids to school.
If someone wants that, that's great. I'm happy for them. That's the life that they want for themselves, and if they can find a partner who agrees that they can share life goals that both sort of fit with each other, like let's say the husband or wife, if it was like a lesbian couple, wanted to go to work and one of them wanted to stay home and take care of kids and the house and scheduling and sort of, you know, all the stuff that goes with being like a house spouse, for lack of a better word. That's awesome. Good for them. But that doesn't mean that's the majority of people, right? Or the majority of women, specifically.
The soccer games, the baseball practice, they want to bake them cookies and do all this other stuff. They know they can't create that type of lifestyle with the alpha bad boy, right? So a lot of these women who are good women will not go for guys like this, and generally they will not put themselves in places where they would meet these type of guys. So you'll notice women who are good women out there, they generally don't...
Good women... The only way to be a good woman is apparently to want to be a housewife. You apparently can't be a good woman while pursuing a career or doing something like my friend Billy wanted to go do, where she's, I don't know what kind of law she's specializing in. Again, we haven't talked in a few years. I just see her posts occasionally. But like, I'm sure, knowing her character and knowing what a good person she was, I imagine she's doing really, really good work for people. And going to advocate for, like, people who are vulnerable in society. And that's awesome. And you can be a fantastic person doing that, whether or not you want kids. If you do, great. And you can kind of balance those things against each other. That's awesome. Being a good person, much less being a good woman, has nothing to do with whether or not you want children.
Go bar hopping on the weekends. They're not going to go to clubs and, you know, just places like that where you would tend to meet these type of guys. Okay, instead these chicks are generally going to be like at home on the weekends, or they might go to a movie with their girlfriend, or they might go have coffee or something like that, or they might go visit their parents on the weekend. They'll do something very innocent like that, and that's just what I found through experience. You know, a lot of these girls who are good girls, and I've dated a number of them that were like that. They weren't into the bar scene, they weren't into night clubbing. A lot of these girls too would limit the amount of...
A lot of people aren't wanting to go into clubs. Like, again, I'm not someone who has ever wanted to have kids or be a mom or anything, but like, I also don't want to go to a club. I don't think most people go to clubs regularly. I think it's probably like, I'm pulling this number completely out of my ass, but probably like 10-15% of people regularly go out to like nightclubs and stuff. Some people do, and if they enjoy it, that's awesome, but I just don't think most people do that on a regular basis.
Guy friends they had, they did not want a whole lot of guy friends. They might have like one or two that were completely just super platonic, like complete nerdy looking dude that she grew up with, knew all her life, nothing ever happened. You know, there's none of these like kind of like quasi guy friends, like a lot of these like bad girls have, where you could tell like she's hooked up with that dude, or they're probably gonna hook up some point in the future. No, it's none of that. A lot of these girls who, even though they are attracted to that bad boy alpha, which most women are, a lot of these girls are not gonna go for that because it doesn't fit into her ultimate plan of creating a family and creating a life where she could be the mom. And you could even see it in them at a young age that that's what they want to do. They want to have that family life. Just like some guys, a lot of guys who follow my stuff, right? They want that family life. You know, they don't want to be a pickup artist.
Okay,
There's nothing funny about
that's
the tools of
good,
capitalism.
but that's not the only kind of person that you can be. Claire the Egg with 100 bits says, completely out of the blue, I know you have some cute leggings. Do you happen to have the Amazon link for them? Baja Blast would have that. I'm assuming you're talking about the space leggings. She bought those for me, so she would have the link. Let me see if I can find them. Amazon Galaxy leggings. Do 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 do. Was it these ones? I think it was these. They had different styles. Oh yeah, it's these ones. Here's a link if you want it for some reason. They're very comfortable. There you go. I assume the Baja link is the same one. Okay, yeah. Same one, she just specifically linked to the specific ones I have. They're very, very comfortable.
I'm tired.
Oopsie, wrong one.
They don't want to be out there in venues like I am every week. They just want to find that one cool girl they could settle with, start a family.
Andrew Dickerson says, I want a soft dom mommy girlfriend. Is that too much to ask for? I wish you luck on your journey to finding that person.
And then build upon that. I have nothing against it. I'm like, hey, that's what you want. That's what you're looking for. Go do that. I just tell them, take precautions, right? Don't involve the state in your marriage. Just take precaution.
Wait, what? What do you mean don't involve the state in your marriage? What? If you're having a legal marriage, the state is involved. That's what marriage is outside of a religious context.
Right? If you still want to do...
Are they see-through at all? No, I haven't noticed them being see-through. You'd have to ask Baja, probably, but I don't think so.
A church marriage, you could do that. Just hire the priest, do everything privately. Just don't involve the state.
You think he means eloping?
Do that. That is a case where you could say that these women are trying to settle for the beta provisioner, right? Because they don't want that alpha bad boy. They don't want that chaos in their life. So
again, this is trying to like ascribe this backward, weird binary worldview onto reality, which is more complicated than that. People do not fall into this weird, arbitrary boxes of like this alpha and beta thing, which doesn't even exist, by the way. Alpha and Beta is based off of a debunked study about wolf packs. So, yeah, no, this is all bullshit. This isn't how life works. People are more complicated than this, and people aren't calculating in the sense that, like, a woman will think, ah, yes, I need to procreate, so I must find a high-value male. This isn't how, like, almost anyone thinks about relationships. People might have a type that they're into, whether physically or like how the personality is, and they'll pursue relationships with that kind of people, but they aren't thinking to themselves like, yes, I will settle for a beta so I can raise a family, and on the side I will suck Chad's dick. Like, that's not how the world works, Sky. Sorry, it's more complicated than that, and people aren't all weird, like, lying sluts.
they're going to be looking for a guy who's going to come home at night, a guy who's going to get a good job, a guy who has, you know, maybe a college degree, a guy who's with a safe company, a guy who has his finances together, basically isn't a loser, right? She's going to look for a guy that she could build a life with. Doesn't mean that she's going to expect him to pay for everything, or because a lot of these girls will pay their half. And again, I've dated girls like this. They're like really just good, cool chicks. Even though I was making way more money than them, they would still pay their half on dates. As much as I took them out, they would take...
Have I seen The Invention of Lying? Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I don't like The Invention of Lying because Ricky Gervais seems to think that everyone being nice is a lie. Like, I get that Ricky Gervais is an asshole, but he seems to think that everyone else is secretly an asshole, and that everyone, if they were being completely honest, would be as big of an asshole as he is. So it's like a weird movie with a very cynical
Take me
worldview.
out.
Borderline, like, incel shit. It's very strange.
A lot of these girls, like, I can remember so many of these girls really outdid themselves on my birthday, like, really went into mom mode. And, like one girl, the last birthday I had, she bought me, like, some pretty pricey, like, cowboy gear, like Dallas Cowboy, because I'm a Dallas Cowboy.
Oh, I thought he meant, like, she bought him Westwear, and I was like, he doesn't strike me as a guy who'd wear cowboy boots, but hey, whatever.
Boys fan, right? Bought me some autographed Dallas Cowboy stuff, brought me a birthday cake, took me out to dinner. She insisted on picking me up and all this other stuff, had a cake waiting with candles, and I'm like, I'm just not used to that because most of the girls I date could give a shit less when my birthday is, right? I shouldn't say that, but I mean, these girls really went the extra mile on my birthday, and these are the girls that are looking for more of a relationship where it's just going to be monogamous and it's just going to be like you and her, right? And you can build something together. So these girls are generally going to be pretty cool chicks, right? And they're going to look for a guy who, like them, has their shit together and isn't going to be a guy that they have to bail out of jail, that they constantly have to loan money to.
This is most people. Most people want a partner they don't have to bail out of jail. What are you talking about? Why is he acting like not wanting a partner who's like someone who gets thrown in jail regularly is like a conniving female trait? No, people don't want to be around people who commit crime regularly.
That they constantly have to give rides to because he doesn't have his own car. She's going to be looking for a guy that doesn't fit that prototypical alpha bad boy category, right? Whereas the rest of the women out there who, especially these days, sadly, who are being brainwashed by all that feminism and all of that, you know, View shit, The View and the mainstream media and Star Wars, right? Those chicks are gonna buy into that feminist crap and be like, "Yep, that's
Star Wars." Is this because General Holdo had pink hair? Is this that argument again? Oh no, Star Wars had a lady in it who wasn't a passive, like, this isn't even new. Princess Leia in the original Star Wars is like a active character. What the fuck?
That's what I should do. I should pursue my career and ride the carousel." And it's a horrible thing because these chicks, they end up meeting those type of guys, right? Because they end up bar hopping, they end up clubbing, they end up going to venues, they end up going to happy hour after work, and they end up meeting those type of alpha chads, those type of alpha bad boys who are going to basically have sex with them and then ghost them. Guys that are...
This has nothing to do with being alpha or anything. People who go to clubs regularly, some of them might be looking to hook up. That's fine, who cares?
Basically going to be constantly like dating other women behind their
I also don't like the implication that people who go to clubs regularly are inherently like bad people and they're gonna like go to jail regularly. I'm sure most people who go to clubs and bars regularly are nice people who just like to socialize out with other people and have a good time. Maybe do some dancing or whatever if you're at a club. And that's great. That's fine. Stop judging people for what they want to do in their free time.
Back, guys that are gonna constantly be using them for money, free rides, bail me out of jail, stuff like that. That unfortunately a lot of these girls, they let their attraction for these guys just kind of take over, right? And then
Atomic Udon. Yes, I do stream on Twitch. I tweet about it very regularly.
They start spreading their legs for these guys. Next thing you know, they become single moms, and then they become damaged goods because no high-value guy wants to hook up with a girl.
Thanks for following Atomic Udon.
Is damaged goods, right? So make no mistake about it, guys. 99% of females want alphas, but settle for betas. Now, the type of girls I just talked about, the good girls, they kind of avoid these alpha bad boys, and they avoid going to places where they would meet guys like that.
This guy's exhausting, and he's kind of repeating himself, so I think that's it for him for today. Let's do something else. Let's do something fun. Fun. My idea of fun is not exactly the same as everyone else's. My channel is broken. Please help. I'm assuming Jeremy, Jeremy is shadow banned or something. Hold on, let me find his subreddit. There's some really fucked up shit been posted in his subreddit lately. The Quartering subreddit. So this is the Quartering subreddit. Let me see if I can find some fucked up shit or if they cleaned it out. Dun 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 dun. So there's one claiming that Me Too is about fucking over rich people and getting their money. Great, the Quartering, you're nailing it. Downvote if you think communism is the superior economic model. There was a post here the other day that I saw that was basically like, history was written by the victor, never forget. So there's a Holocaust denial post on the Quartering subreddit. There was also a post the other day about driving through Black Lives Matter protesters with your car. Anyway, here's a link to the subreddit. If you find anything fucked up, report it to the admins. Please.
On everyone, or I guess some small, tiny portion. I need a little bit of help. Something is clearly broken. I don't know if it's just affecting my channel. Team YouTube, please respond. I will tag you on Twitter.
Please respond.
And hopefully,
yeah, let me see. 54,000 views. Did they finally, like, bump his stuff? Because, like, this is the thing. This happens. Like, the Hannah and Jake channel, for a decent while, we haven't been getting put in people's, like, subscriber feeds as often as we used to. Maybe the same thing happened to Jeremy, even to people who subscribe, obviously. That's what I'm trying to say. So maybe it finally happened to Jeremy, which, hey, couldn't have happened to a greater guy. Let's just say that.
My viewers will mobilize and retweet that tweet because apparently...
Mobilize the Quartering fans. You need to mobilize, because YouTube gives a fuck what a bunch of chuds have to say.
The only way you can get a hold of someone there is on Twitter. There's definitely something going on with my channel, and I'm going to show you it's not just...
There's one about Jake. Which one about Jake? On his subreddit? I didn't see.
Just a theory. I will use statistics and show you analytics that prove it. Now, certainly.
Didn't he delete his Twitter? Yeah, he said he was gonna. What the fuck happened? Did Jeremy already give up on leaving Twitter? Let's see. Three tweets in the last hour. Wow, he gave up on giving up on Twitter real quick, didn't he? What a fucker. Makes a whole video where he's like, I'm leaving Twitter. Twitter's the worst. And he's tweeting 3 times in the last hour.
June and July.
It's his manager running it. Alright, seems a little hypocritical to still have a presence on Twitter if you do a whole rant about how much you hate it. But hey, do you, Jeremy?
Booming for content because you had The Last of Us 2 and you had Ghost of Tsushima, a lot of other stuff going on. And historically, August does dip in views for me from July. These things are real and explainable, but what's going on with my channel is bizarre. Real-time analytics doesn't work. I can't even log in. When I'm logged in, I can't even comment on my own videos. All that happens is the comment section loads and loads and loads and loads. Now
you gotta delete your cookies. This happened to me for a while. You gotta, like, delete your cookies, and then it'll let the comments load.
Tried this on Internet Explorer. I've tried this on Chrome. I've tried this on Firefox. The exact same thing happens only when I'm logged in. If I view this video, okay, in like a private incognito window, okay, my comment section.
I think because that doesn't have cookies, it might not have to do with being logged in as much as it is, you know, a cookies thing. I could be wrong. Maybe he is getting fucked with by YouTube, which would be kind of funny. But, yeah, I don't know. I know I was having the same, like, infinite loading thing, and once I deleted my cookies, it was fine.
Section displays. And it's not just my computer. I tried it on my laptop, and I tried it on a secondary laptop, and the exact same thing happens. I don't know if this is happening to other users of mine, other viewers of my content, but I can tell you that 156 comments after an hour on a video is extraordinarily low. So I'm sure it's effective.
It would be funny if YouTube was gearing up to delete Jeremy's channel. I wouldn't be mad about it. I'd be a little sad that we don't get any more pining for Brie Larson, but, you know, it would still be pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Other users, which then is
and hey, you know what? Jeremy still has a presence on BitChute, so we'd get to check that out still.
Engagement analytics for my video, which is then leading to some of the worst performing videos I've had in over 2 years. There's absolutely something wrong with it. You have...
I mean, Jeremy, no offense. Fuck it. Full offense. I don't care. The whole anti-SJW thing, the whole get woke, go broke thing, I think most people are over it. Like, there are, of course, going to be your chuds who are, like, still hanging on like you. You're still bitching about Brie Larson in 2020 like anyone cares. But I think people are just not as interested, right? Like, this anti-SJW thing peaked in, like, 2012, 2014. And it's possible that people are just tired of listening to you complain about the same stuff all the time. Change your content. See if it helps. I don't know. Could be that you're being shadow banned, though. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. You're kind of awful, so I'd get it.
I mean, if we look at just my channel, you know, it was extraordinarily rare. 200K, 300K, 200K, 100, 200K, 150K, 100K, 162, 100. Almost never was I under 100K. And if I was, it was like 70 or 80, right? Randomly, you'll get this stinker.
Speaking of YouTube, if you haven't already, subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's in the chat. I'm up to something like, let me look. Load. I am up to 1,132 subscribers, so I'd really appreciate it if you'd check it out. It's where I put all my full streams, and I do stream highlights, so if you don't want to watch a whole stream, you can just watch individual videos on individual topics, and they're also all sorted into playlists. So if you just want segments that are about chuds, you can watch just those segments and look through the different ones to see what each video is about. I have conspiracy theory debunks that we do for Tinfoil Tuesday. I do sovereign citizen videos, all sorts of fun stuff on there. So check it out.
Here that has 40. Okay, but everything else, 322K, 146K, 258, right? Now let's just look at the last 2 weeks.
Let's take a look. Let's look at Jeremy's videos. And again, this is going to depend. Your videos that are older are always going to have more views. I mean, it does sort of peter out over time, but it still does slowly go up, even if it's going up at a slower rate. So let's see. 5 days ago, 50, 39, 89. There's 109 on his Dr. Disrespect thing. There's 137 about Pokimane. There's 97 on a Brie Larson video, which actually seems low. His Brie Larson videos are usually pretty popular. 63, 24, 42, 83, but this one's 118. It's very selective, you know, on which videos. Let's go back further. This one is 94 or 245, 85, 63, 60, 147. This one's 48, 67, 207, 78, 49, 44. So it's like some of them he's been getting, you know, a while. He's had ones in the 50s and 40s. I mean, It could just be that he's on a sort of random streak of not making videos a lot of people want to click on. Even, I'm talking people in, like, the chuddy red pill sphere. So, I don't know. Doesn't seem that out for me, but I could be wrong. Who knows?
22,000 views? Did you even see this video? Like, this is a video that would definitely have interested my subscribers.
Did you see my content? It's amazing! I talked about Brie Larson for the 4th time this week and people don't want to watch anymore. What's going on?
Movie theaters collapsed. 39,000K. Trader Joe's.
Because it's not interesting. Theaters are collapsing because they're closed due to coronavirus. They missed the entire summer movie season.
This is a perfect targeted video for my viewers. 50K. Here's 49. 36. Now, there are a few 70s and 80s peppered in, but 100 to 150K, which used to be like the floor, is non-existent.
It wasn't, though. We just looked at some videos from earlier than the time frame you're talking about that had like 40,000 views. It's not that out of the ordinary.
Something is happening, and I don't know if it happened when they verified my channel, because it kind of aligned with that, about the last 2 weeks. If you look, things were slowing down. 2 weeks ago, I was pretty consistently 700K. Then you're on the lower on the weekend, 500K on Monday, but 800, 700, 800, 700, 600. Now, all of a sudden this week, 290, 400, barely 500, barely 500. Today will barely be 500. Now, I understand that topics have run their course and people aren't as interested in things like Johnny Depp and Amber and things like.
I think that's a big part of it. I think you've just covered a lot of the same things over and over again. You make a couple Brie Larson videos every week. You talk about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing pretty consistently. You've talked about Dr. Disrespect a lot, and I get that. It makes sense. Like, I talk about sovereign citizens all the time, but often it's different sovereign citizens. Even so, I get it. On any given topic, one person only has so much to say. So at a certain point, I would imagine some people will get sick of me talking about sovereign citizens or Hans Wormhat or whatever, and that's fine. I get that. How many times can I say Jeremy's, like, obsessed with Brie Larson before you're like, okay, we get it? That happens. It's why you gotta change your content up every once in a while and add new things into the mix. Like today, we watched a new Chud that we haven't watched before. You gotta pepper in the new and sort of have this. It's like tilling your soil, so to speak. You gotta keep changing stuff up and refreshing the nutrients in that sweet content soil.
Like that, but there's something wrong. And I can show you, when I look at the last couple of weeks, my impressions, which means how many times people actually saw my videos, was down a whopping 22%, while conversely, my click-through rate is actually up 11%, meaning the people that are seeing my videos are more often clicking it by an increase of 11% due to, I think, in large part, more enticing thumbnails. These are the analytics that you...
Let's talk about the quartering's thumbnails. The quartering does a thing that a lot of YouTubers do, which is pretty smart. He has a consistent way in which he makes his thumbnails. You have usually a divide somewhere in it, often in the middle, and then you have Squid with 100 bits says, but you know what never gets old: Bible study and chick tracks. Yeah, we need to do more of those. So he has, the black, and then he has white text, often with a single red word to get your attention. Like, as a thumbnail, that makes sense. It's smart. And then on the other side, you have, some photoshopped thing, whatever it happens to be on the topic. And in terms of, obviously, I don't like Jeremy's content, but the thumbnail game is pretty strong. I get why he gets clicks. Like, it's striking, it gets your attention, there's some Photoshop going on that might make you laugh if you're agreeing with Jeremy on some of these topics. I'd argue, red-haired feminist person with their hair on fire is a bit played out and a bit 2012. But, I get it. It's striking. It pops up in your video feed and you take a second and you look at it. So his thumbnail game is okay, but I don't think the ones that are more recent are any better or worse than the ones preceding it, right? it all follows more or less the same guidelines, right? Same thing. Black with white and red text, and then some Photoshop or something, you know? It's all the same stuff. If you see a thumbnail for one quartering video, you've basically seen them all. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? That's a good thing for branding purposes. But I don't understand his claim that he thinks that the thumbnails he's making now are better, because they all kind of look the same.
YouTube is supposed to care about, but why are my...
The servers for the Avengers beta is trash right now? Oof, that sucks. Well, I guess that's what the beta's for. Hopefully they fix it.
Impressions down nearly...
I hope they don't, like, pull an Anthem and the game just sucks from the outright and they're having server issues and then the game goes in the trash.
25%. You have that, marked with the fact that I can't comment on my own dang videos to interact with my viewers.
Again, I would say to Jeremy, not that he watches my videos, but like maybe refresh your cookies and see if it helps. Let me see if the comments say anything to that effect. This person says, I'm assuming it's literally because you tell the truth and YouTube doesn't like that. Yeah, that's not hyperbolic or inaccurate at all. Let me see. I don't see anyone saying anything about cookies. Maybe refresh your cookies, Jeremy. See if that helps.
I can't explain why, but real-time analytics has been borked for the past several weeks. It's not working.
Mine have been working. I don't know if that's like a user-specific thing or what, but mine have been fine.
What I'm thinking is, the algorithm must think my video is not performing as well.
Oh, the beta's already over. It doesn't start again until this weekend. That's a shame.
As it normally would, and so then it doesn't shift it out to the normal number.
Is the Spider-Man that's going to be in the Avengers game the same Spider-Man from the Insomniac, or not Insomniac, is it Insomniac? From the Spider-Man PS4 game? Because that'd be super rad if we had sort of a Marvel gaming universe in which, you know, all these things are within each other. That'd be pretty cool.
Number of viewers. There's something wrong with my channel.
Like a video game MCU, basically.
Now, I would understand why people might think that my channel is shadow banned, but I don't think that's the case. I actually think something is messed up with my channel, and I'm asking YouTube to please consider just examining this. I understand you have big problems. You've got the Bitcoin thing going on right now, and I'm just one of a million channels. But for weeks now, I haven't been able to comment on my own, or for at least a week now, I haven't been able to comment on my own video. For 2 weeks now, real-time analytics has been not working.
Let me see if I can look at my real-time analytics and see how it looks. I'm going to switch cameras so you can't see my analytics because it's just, you know, none your business. Let me take a look. Analytics, real-time analytics. Here we go. Yeah, my real-time analytics are working fine. Oh, not bad. I've been doing pretty good in terms of YouTube views so far, so thanks everyone who subscribed to YouTube and been watching my videos on there. I appreciate that. But yeah, mine's working fine. Interesting. So I don't know what's going on with Jeremy's. Oh, gotta switch back to the other camera. There we go.
And all of this coincides with a massive dip in viewership for my channel.
What are my thoughts on the game makers of the Arkham games making a Suicide Squad game? I think it'll be fun. They're really good. The Arkham games, even Arkham Knight, which I didn't really like the Batmobile stuff. The rest of the game's good. And apparently the premise is like the Suicide Squad killing the Justice League, which I think is a fun premise for a game. Probably get boss fights where, you know, you're fighting Green Lantern or Batman or Superman. Superman would probably be the final boss. I think it could be a lot of fun.
New subscribers have completely stopped.
Here's the thing. The Batmobile in that game is fine when you're just using it as a conveyance to get from one area to another. Or doing even the races. I don't mind the races for what they are, although I do think they took too much of the, like, I don't like that a lot of the Riddler challenges are vehicle-based challenges. I'd prefer they'd just kept the typical Riddler stuff. But, the Batmobile's fun when you're just using it to get around the city. When you're doing the Bat Tank stuff, though, it's awful, and I hate that.
I've been sitting at the same number for almost a full week now. Again, I accept and understand that news isn't as spicy right now, so and August is slower, okay? But there's definitely something wrong with my channel. People are emailing me saying
there's a lot wrong with your channel, Jeremy. Just putting that out there.
they're getting unsubscribed. People can't comment on the video.
Yeah,
I can't
Arkham Knight.
comment on my own videos. So I'm asking Team YouTube, please take a look at this. Something is definitely wrong. My videos aren't getting served to the people that...
I always wonder, does Jeremy wear this meme war veteran hat outside? Because it's one thing to wear this for your videos, but if he's wearing this out in public, that's something for the Captain Cringe streams we do.
Ask for them, and everyone knows how things work out. I mean, you could tell me this is a cookie thing, but the second I log in, this stops working. So when I'm in a private window and then I log into YouTube, all of a sudden comments stop working. Why is that? I mean, that I don't know if anybody else is affected by this because YouTube
Maybe
doesn't
not,
tell us
but
anything.
that worked for me when I had the same
creator
issue.
dashboard. There's absolutely no known issues right now, which has got to be absolute BS, unless I'm the only channel in the world that can't comment on their own videos. And it's clearly just when I log in. I don't know if this...
I'm just, fuck it. As much as I hate Jeremy, I'm gonna try and help him up. I had the same problem with my comments section. Try deleting your cookies in browser. That fixed it for me. Because at the end of the day, that's just a tech issue, and I don't mind helping Jeremy with that.
This is attached to a problem with my account, but again, I noticed it right after they verified my account. So maybe something changed when they verified it. I mean, I'd be happy to go back to being unverified.
I don't know if anyone wants to go upvote my, comment there so Jeremy sees it, but here's the link to the video. Just sort the comments, by new, and mine should be, relatively high in the new section.
Verified if my own subscribers could see my videos. This video with notifications only got 36,000 views. I haven't been that low. And again, I understand this is sounding really yes, it's a blessing to be complaining about this. But, I mean, are you kidding me? I haven't had a video perform that poorly in probably a year plus. Something is...
I mean, that happens sometimes, Jeremy. The same thing happened to the Hannah and Jake channel at a certain point. And this is just true as a YouTuber in general. At some point, your channel will probably hit a peak, and then you'll start the decline. That's how it is. It's unfortunate. That's why you branch out. You do stuff like Twitch, That's why I do Twitch now, because I get a lot of viewers and a lot of support here. And that's great. And now I have a secondary channel on YouTube where I'm, putting this stuff out. I think if Jeremy tried to use Twitch, I don't know if he's been banned from Twitch or anything, he might have a better time. He'd probably get a decent number of viewers. But yeah, it's really, really hard to get your videos seen on YouTube at this point, regardless of who you are.
Definitely wrong. Team YouTube, please investigate this. It's causing an enormous amount of stress, and I don't know what to do because you don't tell us. There's nothing in the Creator Studio that says anything's wrong, but clearly 39K, 22K, 50K, 42K, these are all half of what they would have been just 2 weeks ago. Please look into this. Thank you, viewers who
Twitch
saw
channel?
this, for
Okay.
sharing it, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Does he film this stuff live, or does he just use the same? Because, clearly his setup, if you look at it, it looks like a stream setup, It looks a lot like mine, actually. He's got, himself in this top right corner. This is some of his links. This could almost be, I almost feel like this element is supposed to be a chat box, but of course he puts his stuff in there, which is fine. You can use your elements for whatever you want. And then he's got his, share screen here, similar to how I have mine in this purple box, prominently sort of in the center. So it looks like a stream setup. I don't know if he does it live or what, but anyway, that's one video from Jeremy. Let me see if there's any other ones that we want to cover before we move on. Bump, 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 bump. Ooh, 20 minutes ago he posted a new Brie Larson video. Let's do this, and then we'll move on. Gotta watch it. You gotta watch it.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering, and I just realized that the top of my head is sunburned, so that'll be fun. So we've got some new news on Captain Marvel 2. Apparently, Brie Larson is very concerned about being overshadowed. We also are told who exactly will be the villains in the new movie, and the original director from Captain Marvel 1.
Do you have a Brie Larson body pillow? Or is it just,
One has spoken out about being replaced. Lots of news. I'm not going to bury the lead.
Ooh, that's a better one. Or are you saving yourself for her? I'm stealing that. Thanks, chat. Obo Wan with 100 bits. You know it's Brie Larson, real doll, not a body pillow.
We know this source. We know it's We Got This Covered. We know that.
I don't know if you want to upvote my comment, but here's a link. I know it's stupid and petty, but hey, you know. You take what you can get in 2020 in regard to the little joys you find in life.
That it's probably a 15% chance that it's actually real, but they have.
I have no idea if he deletes comments.
I've had things right in the past, so we'll just approach to cover news on this website with that same disclaimer. It's still unclear when exactly we'll see Avengers 5, but that doesn't mean some of Earth's...
Probably quite a while off. They gotta introduce Shang-Chi, who's probably gonna be an Avenger. They're gonna introduce the... Oh gosh, the Eternals. I don't know if they're gonna be kind of their own thing who work with the Avengers, sort of like the Guardians of the Galaxy, or if they'll outright be Avengers. It's gonna be a while. But the main Avengers, I think, now are gonna be, you know, Spider-Man, Captain Marvel, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Hulk maybe in like a mentor role, but he got injured at the end of Endgame, so I don't know if he'll be actually in, you know, combat or anything. Shang-Chi will probably be an Avenger. We still have, I think, Hawkeye exists in the universe, though again, I don't think he'll be in the main Avengers movies very often. Scarlet Witch, yeah, I was forgetting about Scarlet Witch, and if Vision comes back in WandaVision, because that's going to be a show. Maybe the Vision will be back. I don't know.
Its mightiest heroes won't be getting together again before that. In fact, we know Captain Marvel 2, the second solo outing for Brie Larson's Carol Danvers, is going to be something of an Avengers movie in disguise. The Direct reported the other week that Captain Marvel 2 will feature Miss Marvel, and
oh, cool. That's Kamala Khan, I think.
Alongside her, several other important heroes. Well, Miss Marvel's not an important hero, but that's, I mean,
she is. She's one of the more popular, newer Marvel characters. So, no, that's just factually wrong, Jeremy.
Not going to nitpick. And the MCU will turn up in the pick. In fact...
Oh, and Ant-Man and the Wasp, yeah.
According to the Direct, the sequel will go down a mini Avengers theme. Presumably, then, there will be a lot going on in it, and it could take some cues from Captain America's Civil War.
That'd be pretty cool. I wouldn't mind a Captain Marvel movie that includes a bunch of other heroes. Captain Marvel operates in space, so if she ran into the Guardians of the Galaxy, it would kind of make sense, although Captain Marvel operates in the Milky Way galaxy, and the Guardians of the Galaxy are from the Andromeda galaxy, so that would be a little rough, but, you know.
Sandwiched in between Avengers Age of Ultron and Avengers Infinity War, the beloved threequel introduced several key new faces into the franchise and also set the stage for the end of the Infinity Saga. Now, this isn't a bad idea. I think this is probably Disney and Marvel hedging their bets a little bit.
Jeremy, would you say the same thing about Captain America Civil War? Because Captain America, especially the second Captain America, was incredibly popular, and yet Civil War, which was the third Captain America movie, was basically an Avengers movie, right? So if Captain Marvel 2 has a bunch of Avengers in it, or has several Avengers, introduces Miss Marvel, maybe introduces some other, secondary B-tier Marvel heroes, that's not necessarily hedging their bets any more than Civil War was. It's recognizing that, hey, Captain Marvel made over $1 billion. It's like the 23rd highest grossing movie of all time. We should use this as an opportunity because a bunch of people are going to see the second one to introduce some characters like Miss Marvel, who's probably going to be in, there have been rumors that they're going to do a Young Avengers movie, which will include, Miss Marvel, Scott Lang's daughter, Cassie, who becomes a superhero called Stature, who has, Ant-Man suit powers, or the Wasp, whatever. Some other people. I'm not sure who the entire cast would be, but, there have been rumors of this, and if they start introducing those elements in Captain Marvel 2, it's because they have confidence that Captain Marvel 2 will be seen by enough people that people will have those seeds planted, so when they do a Young Avengers film, then people will go and see it because they understand who these characters are.
Deciding that, maybe Brie Larson's Captain Marvel isn't enough to carry a whole franchise. But it's interesting, though, because, the movie itself made over $1 billion, so...
Yeah. I think it was, 1 point... Let's take a look. Captain... I'll take any chance to show this off because Jeremy was so wrong on his prediction. Captain Marvel box office. 1.128 billion. That's a lot. 23rd highest grossing movie of all time.
Outside of the box office, I'm not sure what else you're looking at. I don't think...
Let me see who's in the Young Avengers normally. I'm not really familiar. Young Avengers. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Oh, God. Okay, so we have the other Hawkeye, the person who gets trained by Hawkeye, which that's going to be in the Hawkeye Disney Plus show. She is. So she'll probably be part of the Young Avengers. We have, I forget her name. It's America something. She's like a superhero. And then I don't recognize any of these other people. Is that Amadeus Cho Hulk? They might introduce Amadeus Cho Hulk. Because his mom is already in the MCU. She was the Asian woman who did the cradle in Avengers Age of Ultron that built the Vision body. That's Amadeus Cho's mother. So they might introduce Amadeus Cho, who becomes the Hulk at some point. Yeah, I don't recognize a lot of the people from Young Avengers. So we have a Hulk. We have this guy who I don't recognize. This guy I don't recognize. Hawkeye. Or if she has a different name, she was trained by Hawkeye. I'm not really familiar. I actually have the graphic novel for Hawkeye that I haven't read. Oh, yeah. Captain Marvel, the other Captain Marvel. I think her name's Monica Rambeau. Could be wrong.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Squid with 10-bit says, "Oh no, prepare yourself for a million videos about the female Hawkeye and why she shouldn't just be called Hawkeye that Jeremy is going to do." True. Can't wait for the movie starring Captain Marvel, Monica Rambeau, and Kamala Khan. It'll make them mad. True. True. They were talking about doing an A-Force movie, too, at some point, which A-Force is like a team of Avengers that's all women. So it's basically imagine the scene from Endgame where they did the whole she's not alone scene and it's all the women superheroes, but a whole movie. I think Jeremy might have a heart attack. If they're doing a Young Avengers movie, it would kind of make sense for Peter Parker to be someone who helps him out too, considering he's an experienced Avenger, but he's also on the young side, so that would kind of make sense. If he was sort of a mentor to the Young Avengers, that'd be kind of cool. It'd be a nice role reversal where, you know, Iron Man was his mentor, and now he's starting to mentor some younger heroes. I think that'd be kind of nice. Anyway, that's enough nerdiness.
If I'm Disney, I'm not so worried unless they really think, like I thought, sandwiching it in and marketing it as required reading for the end of the saga might have inflated the number.
Hulking and Wiccan are a gay couple in the Young Avengers. Oh, people are going to freak out if they do that in the movie. People are going to freak.
But that's neither here nor there. Captain Marvel 2 could do something similar as well by giving Miss Marvel her first appearance on the big screen and possibly even setting up the formation of the new Avengers. But
yeah, that's cool. It's a little bit like in Civil War, they introduced Black Panther, and then Black Panther got his own movie later. I like doing that. I prefer that to your traditional, like, superhero origin movie, because we've seen so many origin movies in the last decade. Like, we get it. Tragic backstory. They get powers from something. They initially misuse the powers and learn the lesson from it. A threat arises. Oh, they beat the threat. They take responsibility and answer the call to action. Like, we get it. We get it. All you needed. Black Panther was done perfectly. He's in Civil War. You get a little bit of T'Challa before you introduce Black Panther to kind of understand he's the, like, prince of this nation, Wakanda. And then he just shows up in his Black Panther costume, and you see him do cool shit, and you're like, okay, I get it. I get it. They go a little more in depth in the Black Panther movie, but like the basis is already there. We understand. We get the character. He's like a cool, like, warrior guy. He's from an African nation. It's like, you get it. You don't need a whole movie just to explain that shit. I prefer the Civil War Black Panther method of introducing heroes.
Amidst all of this, Brie Larson wants to ensure that the focus stays very much on Carol Danvers, as it's still her movie. According to sources close, this are the same ones that told us Taskmaster would be the main villain in Black Widow, so they were right about that. And John Wick 5 is happening, that was also right. And Netflix is developing a Witcher prequel, that was also right. So they've had some recent information correct, all of which turned out to be correct. Larson has expressed concern to Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios that she will be overshadowed in Captain Marvel 2, given all that's going on plot-wise, and all the prominent characters who are...
That could mean a great variety of things, and based on how out of context people have taken Brie Larson's comments that are on video, I don't necessarily trust a source trying to say how she feels about something that we don't even know actually happened.
...are set to be involved. Again, this doesn't make a ton of sense to me, because Miss Marvel is not only a brand new character in the movies, but a ultra niche character from the comic books.
So is Black Panther. That movie was also super popular. So was Iron Man. Iron Man wasn't a popular character before the movies. This is how the MCU has worked. By introducing characters that were not as popular and then making them popular. Thank you for following. So were all the Guardians of the Galaxy, true. And even like Captain America. People knew who Captain America was, but he was basically a fucking joke. Right? Even that first Captain America movie is a little Like, I enjoy it, but it's like a little okay, this is Captain America. He's like a star-spangled dude. You get it. But it wasn't until like the second Captain America movie that people were like, oh, okay, this is good. Steve Rogers is actually an interesting character.
That continues. Not to mention the fact that Monica Rambeau is said to have a large role.
Oh yeah, he did also say it's niche, despite the fact that it's the 23rd highest grossing movie of all time. Very niche, Jeremy.
In the Project 2, something else which Larson is reportedly worried about. I don't necessarily believe that either. I don't believe Miss Stunning and Brave, we need more representation in film, is worried that Monica Rambeau has a bigger role in her film.
Yeah. That would contradict the kind of person that she is. At least you acknowledge that, Jeremy. That's good.
Again, that's what they're reporting. I don't necessarily buy it. To be fair, the Room Star, these are all valid concerns. After all, this is still a Captain Marvel movie and does need further to develop Carol and her arc.
I assume it'll be like, again, Civil War, where the point of view character, your protagonist for the movie is Captain America, but you still have other points of view present, and you introduce a bunch of new characters like Spider-Man and Black Panther, you know? I think that's pretty simple. I think we all understand this. It's already been done before and done very successfully. Civil War is like one of the better, I think, Marvel movies in terms of like, how do I put this? At least Earthbound. I think Guardians are some of the better Marvel movies overall, but like, Civil War is pretty good if you're looking for like, here's Marvel, a bunch of Marvel characters doing stuff. Civil War is pretty darn good.
I agree with that. One of the biggest things that I hate DC for is how they gave us such a great Superman origin story.
What? Man of Steel sucked. Jeremy, no. Man of Steel was awful.
Under the Henry Cavill era, and then just immediately jumped the shark to Superman versus Batman. Like, we could have taken 10 films of a Superman character arc. We didn't need Batman to sell tickets. It was a huge mistake. Batman didn't need Superman, and Superman didn't need Batman. So that
I do agree with that. If they were gonna do a DCEU, you need to introduce every Justice League member in their own movie, and you can kind of have hints of the other ones in the other ones, and have maybe some, you know, stuff going on. You can have, you know, you could even have in a movie like Clark Kent at an event being a reporter, and Bruce Wayne's there, and you can be like, oh, we know who that is. Like, it's fine. You don't need to do Batman v Superman right off the bat, though. That was very stupid. Especially the trash fire that was Zack Snyder's vision for it.
I mean, that film was just stupid. But at the same time, you have to trust Marvel knows what they're doing. They've successfully pulled off many crossover films at this point and know how to balance things. I mean, just look at Infinity War and Endgame as...
This is pretty much where I'm at with it. Hey, I'm sure at some point the Marvel movies will start to suck a ton. That's always going to happen at some point in any film series if it goes on long enough. But so far, I mean, we haven't really been given reason to think that the movies are going to suck, right? I mean, if you already don't like the Marvel movies, that's perfectly fine. I understand. Like, they're a very particular kind of movie, and if you're not into it, you're not into it, and I totally get that. But, like, if you're a fan of that kind of superhero movie where it's just kind of like a fun thing with quips and sort of Joss Whedon-esque humor, all that kind of stuff, then they've been consistent, right? It's the McDonald's cheeseburger of movies. They're not amazing, it's not Citizen Kane, but they're consistent, and you're gonna get entertainment value in almost every single one. So, that's kind of how I see it.
Proof of that. Well, this looks like Showbiz Cheat Sheet also seemed to pick up the exact same story, so maybe they have an interesting... they might have the same source, because this is the exact... You know, they're using We Got This Covered as the source. We know that the actress is set to lead the MCU. Larson's reported concerns are valid, given that Captain Marvel's a main character in the upcoming sequel. Larson also knows her worth as an actress, as she brought the name recognition to the role after winning the Academy Award for her leading role in The Room.
In Room, not The Room. Have you guys seen Room? It's really good. I think it's on Netflix or something. Check it out if you haven't seen Room. Really, really good movie.
Since Larson has joined the franchise, Captain Marvel grossed over $1 billion.
Although if you don't know what Room is about, don't look it up. Don't Google it. Just watch the movie. Just go watch it after this stream. And don't look anything up about it before you watch it.
$1 billion worldwide, becoming the first female-led superhero movie to earn $1 billion. Is that true? I don't...
Yeah, I think Wonder Woman was under $1 billion. I think it was close, but I don't think it was. I could be wrong. Wonder Woman... box office. Yeah, 821 million. Wonder Woman did not breach $1 billion. In fairness, probably because it was tied to the DCEU. Even though Wonder Woman's one of the better DCEU movies, I think the good ones are like Shazam and Wonder Woman. I don't like any of the other ones. I like Joker, but that's not in the DCEU. It's kind of its own thing. But yeah, Wonder Woman, decent movie, entertaining. I like it, but it's not as good as Captain Marvel. Like, I mean that. And Captain Marvel isn't even like one of the best Marvel movies. It's a pretty standard superhero origin movie, but I like Brie Larson in it. I think it's a fun movie, and I like seeing Samuel L. Jackson being aged down, and I think that stuff's cool. But like, Wonder Woman is still a DCEU movie, you know? It's not that great.
I think that's true. Didn't
Birds of Prey? Oh yeah, Birds of Prey was okay. What's the best Marvel movie? Ooh. My personal opinion, probably Guardians of the Galaxy 1 or 2. I'm not sure which. They're both really good. But I think those are the best standalone movies. Like, you can watch those movies on their own and not know anything about the MCU and be like, oh wow, these are like entertaining, well thought out, well acted, fun, you know, sci-fi action-adventure movies. In terms of, like, MCU stuff, maybe Civil War is my favorite, but that's, like, you gotta give a shit about the characters, otherwise it's just like, who the fuck are these people? Why the fuck do I care? Like...
Didn't Wonder Woman make...
Ragnarok is also pretty good, but again, it requires your knowledge of sort of Thor and where his place is in the story at that point, and, Infinity War and Endgame I like quite a bit if I bundle them together.
More? They were over $1 billion, right? Oh, 821 million. Oh, okay. Still, both films were wildly successful, but yep, okay, looks like they were right about that. In March 2019, the Marvel Studios president Kevin Feige revealed that even before Larson proved to be a successful fit in the MCU, she was meant to lead the franchise, saying, "When we found out that Brie Larson might be interested in joining our world, we had a number of meetings. She was a huge fan of the character in the comics, doubt it. One of the highlights of my..."
Why do you doubt that, Jeremy? Why do you doubt that? I don't know, but I have no reason to doubt that. I get it. Of course, every press release from a studio is going to be like, oh, this actor loves this character and wants to, like, whatever. But, like, she is kind of a nerd, right? Like, she's talked about wanting to play Samus, you know? Like, so she does like some kind of nerdy stuff. It wouldn't surprise me if she liked Captain Marvel.
Career at Marvel was introducing her at Comic-Con and having her come out on stage.
If I could play any superhero, who would I want to play? Oh, God. Let me see. I'm gonna have to look at a list. List of Marvel superheroes. Maybe She-Hulk. She-Hulk would be pretty rad. I obviously don't have, you know, the body for it, but fuck it. CG me. CG me into She-Hulk. Or maybe one of the X-Men. Oh, Invisible Woman, maybe? That wouldn't be bad. I'm gonna say She-Hulk. It's gonna be my choice.
Literally almost everybody from
Ooh,
everyone
Squirrel
else from...
Girl. Squirrel Girl is fun. Or DC. I'm not really a huge DC fan, so I don't know a ton of DC characters. I know, like, the Justice League, but I don't know a lot of the extended DC stuff. I'm more of a Marvel fan. Like, most of the comics I own are Marvel stuff. And I have, like, a subscription to the Marvel Now thing where you can, like, read comics on your tablet or whatever, but I don't have one to DC. I don't know, I just like the Marvel Universe better. Devious Chillster with 25 bits. I want Baja as She-Hulk just so I can imagine her throwing a Mountain Dew truck at a bad guy and saying, "You've been Baja blasted."
Movies. There she was at the forefront, and she had a great foreshadowing, not just for now, but how audience are going to embrace Brie and the character, but also how Captain Marvel is about to take the lead and be at the forefront of the entire cinematic universe. Well,
I mean, she's one of the more powerful Avengers, but I imagine her, Black Panther, Spider-Man, and Scarlet Witch are going to be sort of the main Avengers moving forward. And Doctor Strange. But, like, yeah, she's, like, the most powerful in terms of physicality. In terms of, like, outright ability, probably Scarlet Witch, but that's because she has reality warping powers, at least in the comics. I don't know if they'll bring that into the MCU, although the promotions for WandaVision definitely look like it's gonna be reality warping WandaVision trailer. I just want the actual trailer. I don't want people talking about it. Not images, videos.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Feminist critique with 10 bits. I appreciate the DC TV shows way better than the Marvel ones. Young Justice, Batman the series, Teen Titans, but Marvel definitely has the leg up on films. Nearly every single Marvel movie is watchable and most are enjoyable. DC movies as a whole are awful except for 2 or 3. Agree. I agree. The DC shows are good, especially the animated ones, but I also like Titans and The Flash and stuff, so... Here's a trailer they did for the for the MCU TV shows they're doing. This is from The Falcon and Winter Soldier. We have the Falcon basically practicing with the Captain America shield he got.
It's time.
That looks like it's going to be probably sort of the origin of the Falcon they're going to get into. Oh, there we have, oh god, what's his name? Baron Zemo? We have Baron Zemo back for Falcon and Winter Soldier. There's the Vision.
Welcome home.
Ooh, I like that we get Wanda in her...
Wanda, welcome home.
Oh, I missed it. Dang it. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Oof, classic Scarlet Witch costume. I love it.
Vision residents.
Like, this definitely looks like she's doing some kind of reality warping thing after Vision dies. Like, she wants to bring him back, so she brings him back in this, like, sitcom universe. Oof.
Vision residents.
This is, not Captain America, although he's going to claim to be. This is, I think, a U.S. agent who's going to be an antagonist in Falcon and Winter Soldier, I think. Because basically the government is going to try and appoint a new Captain America, even though, of course, Steve Rogers decided that his friend, the Falcon, whose name I'm blanking on for some reason right now, even though he's supposed to be Captain America, the government's going to be like, no, this guy's Captain America. Of course, he's going to turn out to be kind of an asshole. And they're going to have to fight over it. And I assume by the end of Season 1 of Falcon and Winter Soldier, the Falcon will basically prove to everyone, like, I deserve to be Captain America. Sam Wilson, thank you.
I'm gonna burn this place to the ground.
I am very excited for the MCU TV shows. I love the MCU.
It's going to be disastrous if they want to put Captain Marvel as the head of the Avengers. Now, maybe...
I mean, it would make sense in the same way that Captain America sort of being the leader of the Avengers because he has military experience and he's a good leader. She's in the Air Force, and she's incredibly powerful, so it kind of makes sense for her to be the tactical leader of the Avengers. I don't think that doesn't make sense.
I mean, you have Captain Marvel, Doctor Strange right now. I mean, are you just going to ignore Iron Man, the Incredible Hulk, and Thor?
Iron Man's dead. Did you see the movie? Iron Man is dead. Spoilers for the most popular movie of all time. Iron Man's dead. Thor's off-world, fucking around with the Guardians of the Galaxy, and Hulk is, like, injured. He'll probably still be in the movies, but I don't think he'll be a main character.
Thor? I mean, are we just gonna put them in the back seat now?
Probably, because I think a lot of those actors and actors... Well, no, actors. There have been a lot of female characters in the MCU, at least from, you know, Phase 1. A lot of those characters, because the actors wanted to leave, are gone now, right? Mark Ruffalo will still probably hang out for a while, but I'd imagine at some point even he'll want to, you know, head out and no longer be a part of them.
I suppose if you say that, still Spider-Man is way more beloved than Captain Marvel ever.
Spider-Man's like 15 in the MCU right now. He's not going to be the leader of the Avengers. He's a child. What are you talking about? Like, eventually will Spider-Man be like the head of the Avengers? Maybe. At some point. But he's like 15 right now. That would make no sense.
Ever was and ever will be. Now, power for power, Captain Marvel is vastly more powerful than
Oh yeah, and Natalie Portman, Thor, might become part of it, true.
Spider-Man. So from a power standpoint...
You think Scarlett Johansson will stay a bit longer? I mean, she's dead. Black Widow's dead. The new movie that's coming out about Black Widow is a prequel. Unless they plan on keep making prequel movies, which I don't think they will. She's gone after this.
Point.
Or unless they bring her back from the dead, which I guess they could, but it would kind of... I don't know. It would be kind of lame, I think, if they brought her back after she made the sacrifice to get the Soul Stone.
I suppose I would buy that. But from a fan standpoint, I just don't see Captain Marvel films selling as many tickets as Spider-Man films. So it's going to be...
What? Let me see the difference between Spider-Man... I don't know. Spider-Man Far From Home box office. It made... Captain Marvel made almost exactly the same amount of money. Captain Marvel box office. 1.128 billion versus 1.32 billion. There's barely a difference. They made almost the exact same amount of money. What are you talking about?
Very interesting to see, if Kevin Feige was just blowing smoke there, or if he really thinks that's the plan. They're also reporting that they've decided on the villains from Captain Marvel. This out of 2 days ago. Now, the sequel beginning to take shape, we're starting to learn a bit more about the story might involve, and among other things we've heard, the Marvels reportedly settled on who they want the main villains for the film to be. According to sources close to the sequel, blah, blah, blah. On one side, we'll have Vernique, Queen of the Skrulls, which makes sense, who appeared in the comic book as early as the Skrull Empress, and has a hand in the events of the Secret Invasion storyline, in which some of Earth's mightiest heroes were replaced by imposters, and appearing alongside her to cause trouble for Carol Danvers will be the Lunatic Legion, a fanatical Kree group with some pretty dodgy ideologues about race superiority. Oh, Bree's gonna love that. Together...
Dude! Oh no, relevant social issues in my comic book movies? That doesn't make my PP hard. Jeremy, people like relevant issues to be in their movies. Chill the fuck out.
These two will act as the main threats in the film, we're told. At least that's the plan right now. Things can always change, though, as the project continues to develop. Well, again, this seems like a weird thing to know already. I'm not a film director, so I don't know how things work. Or, I mean, I'm not in the industry. But they literally just announced their film's director, like, a week ago.
Okay.
So, would they decide the villains before they write the script? I guess, yeah, you probably would. So,
I mean, it would depend, not necessarily. They can say that they're going to work on a movie, get a director that they trust and, like, know their work, hire them, and then finalize the script. Script revisions go on quite a bit into pre-production, right? And then you finalize it, and then you start shooting the movie, and then you have a long post-production period. Like, especially in a movie like this that's part of, like, Disney's, like, assembly line filmmaking process, they could, like, build sets and have everything ready without necessarily knowing exactly who the characters are going to be. Like...
So that would make sense. And these villains obviously would make sense for Captain Marvel. I mean, you wouldn't have her fighting against Magneto. I mean, it's just, there's only so many that would seem to fit.
That'd be rad. I can't wait till they introduce the X-Men to the MCU. That's going to be awesome. We'll finally get a good X-Men movie. And I know, there have been decent X-Men movies, but, like, eh.
But if
I want to see Magneto fight. Ooh, I want to see Magneto fight Black Panther. Can Magneto fuck with vibranium? That'd be fun.
If you keep in the Captain Marvel lore, I think that makes sense. And then, ultimately, now the original Captain Marvel director has broken their silence on Nia DaCosta helming the sequel. Now, Nia DaCosta has directed absolutely nothing of note.
She did a smaller independent film, and she did some TV show work. This isn't out of the norm for Marvel as of late. James Gunn was doing stuff for, like, Trauma, and he did some other projects, but then he got brought on for this big movie. Taika Waititi had done some small works in independent movies, or at least smaller movies, and then they brought him on. This has been Marvel's MMO for a while. When they hire new directors, they try and find a smaller, less seasoned director who's put out good work that they can then bring into this big billion-dollar franchise, so they can boss them around a bit. You know, they don't have the clout to sort of throw their weight around, while also getting someone who is proficient at their craft. It's a smart business decision.
She has directed Candyman, which we haven't seen, which is a Jordan Peele production. Jordan Peele has steadily declined in his production quality in Hollywood.
No, Jeremy, you've said this multiple times. He literally made one movie you didn't like. That doesn't mean he's steadily declining. 2 data points do not a trend make. Squid with 10 bits. Vibranium is in his magnetic boots, so theoretically, I guess Magneto can fuck with Vibranium. I want to see Magneto take on Spider-Man. Yeah.
What he did, The Twilight Zone, was...
No, he liked Get Out. He didn't like Us. I liked Us better than I liked Get Out, honestly, but I know I'm in the minority on that one, so...
A disaster. His sophomore follow-up, Us, was just terrible.
I don't agree with that. Even if you think it wasn't as good, I don't see seeing it as terrible. It's like a dark comedy horror film. I thought it was good.
Can he right the ship? I sure hope so. I'm still genuinely curious how Candyman will work out. Will I pay to see it in the theater? Nope. Will I pay to see it on premium VOD? Nope. Will I watch it? Yep. Because Jordan Peele doesn't want my money anyway. So, that...
Dude, if you're gonna pirate, just pirate. Don't act like it's this philosophical, moral stance you're taking. Just pirate the fucking movie.
That's fine. Now, Ryan Fleck, who directed the first Captain Marvel movie, was not brought back, sorry, it's a Monday, on the second Captain Marvel film. The first was directed and written by filmmaker duo Ryan Fleck and Anna Boden. The blockbuster introduced Carol Danvers to audiences before they eventually appeared in Avengers Endgame, revealing a new type of origin. Nia DaCosta will continue with the sequel that's currently expected to arrive sometime in 2020. I heard it's also going to be set in modern era, like in the 2020s. So that'll be interesting. But then you see Ryan Fleck say, "Congratulations to Nia DaCosta. Can't wait to see where you take this. Anna and I are thrilled for you and wishing you the very best. Higher, further, faster." I mean, what else is he supposed to say? He's not going to be able to be salty about it, although it seems like
he's just being professional, or he might actually be happy for her. You don't really need to read into it.
I don't know if you were super happy about the first film and how it turned out. Is it common that you would replace the director for the second one? I mean, are they going to replace the director?
It depends. They may be taking some of the criticism that, like, the original... Was it directed by a dude? Let me check. Captain Marvel. Director. Two people, Anna Boden and Ryan Fleck. They're best known for their collaborations on film Half, Nelson Sugar, It's Kind of Funny Story, Mississippi Grind, and Captain Marvel. So at least one woman on the directing team. So I don't know. I don't know why. Could be a variety of reasons.
Director for Birds of Prey, the Harley Quinn film. Did they just bounce him because they wanted more diversity on set? I mean, you could look at it very superficially and say that that's how it looks. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Disney was unhappy with him. Again, this is another curious decision for a film that, had a superhero that almost really nobody outside of comic book fans knew or cared about. And it's still...
That's true for most of the characters in the MCU. Nobody in the general public knew who Iron Man was before Iron Man. They didn't care. But the movie was good and acted by a charismatic guy. So the movie got popular, and so the character got popular. Iron Man is now one of the most popular characters in the world, which is just crazy, thinking like 15 years ago that would be the case. But that's the case for a lot of MCU characters. Black Panther. People didn't necessarily know about Black Panther until Civil War and until Black Panther was this huge, like, cultural phenomenon, you know?
Made $1 billion. So, again, maybe more evidence that Disney doesn't think Captain Marvel can stand on its own, but it'll be interesting to see. I think it's going to be a disaster when you have a
You thought the first one was going to be a disaster, and you were wrong. Jeremy, stop making the same mistakes time and time again.
Rookie director. You have a character that we don't really know if she can stand on her own, and if you're putting this kind of pressure on Captain Marvel by saying, oh, she's going to be the new face of the Avengers, people aren't...
She'll be one of them, yeah.
Gonna like that either. So maybe Kevin...
I think most people are fine with Captain Marvel. You gotta get out of this, like, weird chud... What's the word I want to say? Echo chamber, where you think the majority of the movie-going public doesn't like Brie Larson or Captain Marvel. Do I think most people in the movie-going public have strong opinions either way on Captain Marvel? Not particularly. I'm sure a lot of people like her. I like her. I think she's cool. But, like... I think Jeremy is legit in such this echo chamber that he thinks the general public, if you went out and asked people, like, what do you think of Brie Larson and Captain Marvel? First of all, most people are going to be like, what? What are you talking about? Who's Brie Larson? Because most people don't, like, keep track of actors and actresses. They just go to movies they want to see. I think majority would be like, oh, I don't know, she's nice, she's cool, like, whatever. Majority of people are not these, like, chuddy weirdos who spend time on the internet obsessing about characters and that they don't like. It's so weird. Like, even I'm weird. Look at what I do every day. I go and I look at people I hate, like Jeremy. It's weird. Jeremy, what you and I do is incredibly weird. We're the weird ones. Stop assuming the general public is the same as you or I.
Kevin Feige should just keep his mouth shut and let them make the movie and avoid risking alienating fans before it ever even comes out, a la Ghostbusters 2016. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon. What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the...
Oh, Jeremy. I don't think you'll ever learn, and that's kind of sad, you know? Save that for another day. What else do we want to watch? Turd flinging monkey. Men are smarter than a woman. Oh, God. This is gonna be bad.
The stereotype that men are smarter than women has a long history, but in the battle of the sexes, who actually has the superior intellect when it comes down to it?
I don't think that's a helpful way to think about it in any way. You're arbitrarily taking, like, 50% of the population and pitting them against the other in terms of intelligence when there are a variety of, like, social factors that are going to go into this. It doesn't help to say that biologically one or the other is smarter. That's not a helpful... I also don't necessarily believe in generalized intelligence as a metric. Like, Ben Carson's a good example. Ben Carson, one of the best, if not the best, neurosurgeon on the planet. But he's like an idiot at other things. So, I don't know.
Are boys smarter than girls? Early studies showed that male brains are 8 to 13% larger in volume than female brains. However, this has since been attributed to differences in body size.
They're claiming that, sure, men's brains are bigger than women's, but that's just because they're bigger than women anyway. It's all about size, and yeah, they have more gray matter, but...
Yeah, from what I understand, and I could be wrong on this, but from what I understand, intelligence is more a relation of... correlated to brain size as a proportion to the rest of your body. Like, T-Rexes were really, really big with tiny brains relative to their bodies, so they weren't super smart, you know? And you see this in a lot of animals today. Like, you can be an intelligent animal and still have a relatively small brain. It's just that the brain needs to be large enough relative to the rest of your body size, you know? Humans have really, really big brains relative to our body mass. Like, a great deal of our energy goes into making our brains function. It's why we're so smart relative to other animals.
Women have more white matter, and it doesn't even matter. There's no intelligence differences. And this is where they make a fatal mistake. They have actually...
Thank you to Alex11777 for following.
Asserted something that can be demonstrably proven or disproven. So let's move forward and disprove this bull.
Oh no, are we gonna measure the bones? Hold on. The bones! bones. We need to measure the bones. The skull. It's 130 millimeters. Oh, the bones. If we measure the bones, then we can understand the intelligence of the creature, because the sweet, sweet thought meats reside within the bones. I'm gonna stick a straw in the bones and slurp out your sweet, sweet brain meats. The bones!
Bullshit once and for all. So let's begin with an article written by a woman named Susan Fisk for Stanford University. Now, who is Susan Fisk? Is she some world-renowned doctor? Is she an expert on biology? So according to Susan Fisk's bio, it reads, quote, Susan Fisk's research focus is on how gender stereotypes influence how women and men perceive risk, perform in risky situations, and how others react to their failures as a risky task. Other research areas of interest include social psychology, gender, and academic sociology.
Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. Brain size itself isn't even always important. Neuron density is also very important, as can be seen in birds. Yeah.
End quote. So she's clearly a feminist. Even though she didn't major in gender studies, she's basically taking sociology and basically making it gender studies.
What? No. What?
And gender studies is part of sociology. I'm not saying it's not.
To an extent, yeah. When you're looking at social roles and roles in society, gender studies are going to be a part of that.
What I'm saying is she's trying to legitimize gender studies by working it into other subjects.
She doesn't need to work to legitimize gender studies because it's already legitimate. Which is why you can get a degree in it. I'm sorry it's a thing you don't like, but that doesn't make it illegitimate just because you don't understand it.
And in fact, she's writing for the Clayman Institute for Gender Research at Stanford. So that just gives you a little background on Miss Susan Rebecca Fisk.
Imagine if I said, like, oh, and just to show you that this scientist, this biologist is trying to legitimize biology, and did you know that they work for the biology department at Stanford? Like, yeah, that's their job. You're right, that's the department they work for. Correct? That doesn't mean they have an agenda to legitimize something that's already been legitimized. Like, what?
Let's move to her article, which is all about sexual dimorphism. So the first myth that she busts is that brain size matters. And this really pisses me off. And this is the most common thing I hear in regards to this subject, is people saying that brain size doesn't matter, brain density doesn't matter because of whales and elephants and all this other bullshit, which is completely demonstrably proven false. But let me just...
No. That's true. Again, it has to do with neuron density, as chat mentioned, and also brain mass relative to the size of the creature.
Read this rebuttal, and then I'll respond to it.
Like, a whale has a much bigger brain than us, but they're not necessarily smarter than us, right? It's just that their bodies are also very big. So in relation to themselves, their brains are a bit smaller than ours are, I believe. But even so, again, this isn't going to be one-to-one. Brains evolve differently in different species, so it's going to be different from creature to creature.
It says, quote, while men have larger brains on an absolute level, there is no sex differences in brain size once body mass is controlled.
Yeah, there you go.
The male brain is not proportionally larger than that of the female brain. Men are just physically larger on average. Furthermore, if absolute brain size were all that mattered, whales and elephants, both of which have much larger brains than humans, would outwit men and women. Unquote. Okay, alright, let's just back the truck up and take this one at a time.
I'd love to hear what his bullshit justification is going to be for why he thinks this scientific reality is somehow feminist propaganda when it's actually just, you know, evidenced fact.
I'm glad that she actually admits that men have larger brains than women. Many people have trouble admitting that. However,
yeah, because on average men are larger than women. They have bigger heads.
However, it has nothing to do with size. It has to do with cranial capacity and the sexual dimorphism of the skull. Even when a man and a woman are the same size, a man still has a larger brain. Even children, little boys and little girls who are the same age, the same size, the little boy is going to have a larger brain. It's just...
No. Again, it's relative to your mass. Even if you're the same height as a woman, let's say, you probably have more mass on your body. because you probably have more muscle and muscle density. Muscle weighs more than fat. It's more massive, basically. It's denser than fat. So even if you are the same height, height is not the metric by which you measure size when we're talking about this sort of thing. We're talking about relative mass, not height. So a man and a woman could have, and we're talking about cis people for simplicity here, a man and a woman could be the same height, but the man is probably still going to be, how do I put this? Is probably still going to be more massive in terms of weight, assuming they're roughly the same BMI, because they have more muscle growth and density than a woman is going to have. Again, this is all on average, but, you know.
Part of sexual dimorphism. Now, it's interesting that she talked about body mass and not height. It also factors in weight. Obviously, men...
Yes, because height is not how you measure the mass of something. Mass is a measurement of the amount of matter in something, right? All the cells of your body are part of your mass. It has nothing to do with your height. What?
Way more than women because men have more muscle, and muscle...
Yes, which makes them more massive. They have more mass. You have more matter in your body because muscle is denser than fat.
Weighs more than fat. Whenever you see some feminist article talking about the sexual dimorphism of the brain, and they mention that men don't have larger brains when you factor in weight, you know they're full of shit. Weight has nothing to do with size.
It does, because we're talking about mass. We're talking about the amount of matter in your body. Do you think we measure mass by height? Holy shit, this guy's an idiot.
Weight is about muscle mass versus fat mass. Women have more fat, men have more muscle. Of course, they're going to weigh.
And those differences are because of the density of the different kinds of matter. Fat is less dense than muscle, which is why muscle weighs more. Weight, of course, on Earth being a measure of mass, because on Earth, you know, the gravitational constant is more or less constant.
More, even if they're the same size. What does that have to do with the size of the brain? What does that have to do with sexual dimorphism? If you're sexually dimorphic, it has to do with your skeleton, which has jack shit to do with your muscles.
The bones! We need to talk about the bones! The bones! We must speak about the bones! My lord and savior Baphomet has told me the secrets of the bones. If you hold a bone up to your ear, you can hear the screams of the boneless. In the depths of hell, the boneless, envious of our bony calcium deposits that let us stand. The bones.
Now, your skeleton has a lot to do with your height.
Again, why are you using height as a measurement? We're talking about bodily mass. You can be like, let's say you're really tall, but you don't have a lot of muscle. You're lanky. You could be less massive than someone who is shorter than you, but has a lot of muscle mass. There's a reason that these words mean different things. Crunkers, thank you for following. I appreciate that.
You can't be taller than your skeleton, so that's the important thing. However, when you factor...
You can't be taller than your skeleton. Everyone is taller than their skeleton, at least by a little bit, because on the outside of your skeleton, ideally, you're gonna have some skin, right? So, you're at least as taller as your skeleton as the skin on the outside of said skeleton, and that's not even including stuff like musculature on, like, your feet, which is going to, again, make you taller than if you were just, like, a bony skeleton guy, you know, dootin' out in the middle of nowhere with no musculature or bodies. This guy, I've never listened to this guy before. He's legit an idiot. Like, this guy's really, really stupid.
And weight. It's a little trick that these gynocentric scientists do.
Gynocentric. These gynocentrists understanding how mass works. Isaac Newton, that fucking gynocentrist cuck.
To try to compensate for women's objectively smaller brains, even when they are the same height as a man.
Height is not mass, it's height. That's why there's different words for those two things. Imagine if you go somewhere and you're like, what's the mat? Like, imagine that you're at the grocery store, right? And, you know, you buy, you know, fruit or whatever in bulk. You're going to have to, like, weigh it, right? And that's what they sell it by, is the weight. Imagine if you went up to the counter and they're like, how much did that weigh? Because let's say you didn't put the sticker or whatever on it that says, you know, the weight after you weigh it. And you go and you take out your ruler and you go, it's this many centimeters tall. It's like, well, that doesn't give us the information we need. That's not its mass. That's its height. Those are two different things. I'm not even mad about this. This guy's legit just really, really stupid. And I find it funny that, like, his argumentation is awful. And people on BitChute are like, yeah, height's the same thing as mass, right? Not a lot of people who understand science on BitChute. What a shock.
By factoring muscle mass. Of course, men, because of testosterone, are going to have muscle. We naturally produce a performance-enhancing drug.
Yeah, so you have more muscle mass, meaning you have more mass in your body, so you're going to have a larger brain.
Anyway, so men actually...
If men and women, even the ones who were the same height, had the same size brain, then men would have the smaller brains relative to their mass. Because you have a larger brain because you have more mass. God.
They do have larger brains than women, even when they're the same height, even when they're children and haven't even reached puberty yet.
Height isn't mass. Height isn't mass! How many times can I say this?
Women's brains have more gyrification or brain folding, and as a result, a greater cortical surface area. Besides, bigger isn't always better. Sperm whales, elephants, and dolphins all have larger brains than humans, and while they are smart, their cognitive abilities are less than our own.
Now, the second thing these scientists do to downplay the female's inferior-sized brain is they compare it to whales and elephants, saying, well, if brain size was that mattered, why are whales and elephants not as smart as humans?
Yeah. It's because of their relative brain size to their mass, which is the same in humans.
Well, clearly it has something to do with both the neocortex, which I'll get into in a minute, but I also want to talk about the actual percentage of the brain size in comparison to the body size.
Correct. You get it, but then you, in humans, for some reason, start deciding to use height as a measurement of mass when they're not the same thing.
So a sperm whale has the largest brain in the animal kingdom. The brain weighs 18 pounds, but only makes up 0.02% of total body mass. An elephant's brain weighs 12 pounds, but its brain only makes up 0.1% of its mass. Now, a dolphin is pretty good. A dolphin's brain weighs 3.5 pounds and makes up 1.19% of its total body mass.
Noodles Law Cat with the cleanse. Alright, we can watch a cleanse after this one. Oh, God. Oh, no. I think we watched this before.
Even atheists acknowledge, I'm God? That...
We've watched this before. It's funny, though.
Meanwhile, a human being's brain weighs about 3.1 pounds and makes up 2.1% of total body mass.
Yeah.
So it's not just brain size, it's also proportional to the total body mass of the animal.
Correct. You're correct. That's exactly what it is. It's proportional to the mass of the creature. I noticed that here you're not measuring the height of a dolphin or the length even. You're talking about mass. Because mass is different than height. Which you seem to understand in animals, but when you apply the same thing to humans, you all of a sudden think that height is the same thing as mass, when they're not.
Now, some people point out, like, well, humans don't even have the greatest proportional body mass relative to their brain size, because what about mice? They have really small bodies, and their brains are pretty big in comparison to their bodies. That's true. Now we have to talk about something called the neocortex, which is the part of the brain that makes human beings different from other animals.
I mean, I think that's probably simplifying it. I'm no neuroscientist or neurobiologist, so I'm not going to say I know, but I'd imagine there's quite a variety of factors that make human brains different than a lot of other animals.
Now, when you look at a picture of a brain, you see all these wrinkles and ridges and valleys and stuff like that. Those actually increase the area of the neocortex. Animals, very simple mammals like mice, have very smooth neocortexes, whereas the more advanced animals have very wrinkled neocortexes, which
Again, which increases the surface area, which we've already discussed. Women have more wrinkles, causing them to have more surface area than men. So this was already discussed, right? Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. He's reaching so hard. I know, I don't know why he made a video about this, because he's illustrating the exact point that the person he's trying to debunk was making.
Increases its area without actually increasing its mass.
Yeah. Which they already said women have more wrinkly brains than men, so they have a higher surface area.
It's a lot like wrinkling up a piece of paper and making a ball out of it. You can pack more information into a smaller area by squishing it together, which would produce these wrinkles. And to give you an example of how important the neocortex is to the human brain, the neocortex is 76% of the human brain's volume. 76%. When you have a less developed neocortex, like say in a mouse, they're not going to be intelligent. They don't have that sort of development in the neocortex.
I mean, mice are relatively intelligent. What do you mean by intelligent? You can't compare a mouse to, like, a human being, but in terms of, like, mammals, they're alright. They can learn tasks and stuff.
The cortex is essential. So you have brain size, you have brain density, and you have the neocortex. You really are left with only humans. Humans have the largest proportional brain to their body mass. They have the neocortex, which makes up 76% of the brain volume. And this is demonstrably proven by looking at what humans do. I mean, I was reading this one article. I really wish I didn't lose it. Maybe I'll look for it again and put it in the comments. But it was talking about the difference in the male brain and the female brain is only about the volume of a bar of soap. And I'm like, only a bar of soap? Can you imagine someone taking an ice cream scoop to your brain, scooping out part of your brain large enough to be a bar of soap?
That's not what it is, though. You're not taking a scoop out. They're talking about the mass difference, which, again, because men have an average higher mass than women, is expected. Sexual dimorphism does not only apply to the brain, but also the masses of the bodies of people who are sexually dimorphic, men and women, right? So, men have higher mass, therefore they have more massive brains. Blue Gaming, thanks for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I appreciate that.
And then you would just be just as smart as you were before. You would suffer no negative consequences.
This is like when anti-vaxxers say something along the lines of, you wouldn't inject your child with, like, aluminum oxide, would you? And it's like, well, no, but just because something's in a vaccine doesn't mean that it's the same as you randomly, as a non-informed person, injecting it as the same thing. Someone having a brain because they are less massive, developed, normal development, but having less mass than someone else's brain is not the same as literally taking an ice cream scoop and scooping out part of it. They're both fully developed brains. One just is bigger because it has to compensate for how much more massive the person in which it resides is. Noodles Lolcat with 5 bits. You watched a different one. This one came out 2 days ago. Hold on.
For having 10% of your brain removed? I mean, just think about that. Think about how retarded that sounds.
Oh, God. Of course he's using the R word, too. Maybe chill out on that. That'd be great.
And you can see this most acutely with stroke victims. You know, when you have a stroke, even a minor stroke, you could lose a small percentage of your brain function.
Yeah, that's because part of their brain was damaged, not that their brain developed with less mass. You understand the difference between those two things? Because there's a difference.
You could lose your ability to speak, listen, read, write, deal with numbers, understand speech. These are serious problems. Now, women have...
Right, because specific areas of the brain that were already developed to do those things were damaged, leaving you with no alternative means, right? But if your brain develops just with less mass, then it's developed normally to carry out all the functions necessary to survive and think and thrive, just with less mass, because you don't need as big of a brain, you don't need as massive of a brain, because your body has less mass, relative to someone with a bigger brain who has, again, a more massive body.
Have an inherently smaller brain. They basically have 90% of the capacity of a man. And we're somehow not supposed to believe that this has any effect on their ability to reason.
Correct, because it was already explained to you that it's about relative mass and that women have more surface area on their brains. That was already explained.
This has no bearing on their intelligence.
Correct, because of the reasons I just mentioned, and reasons you covered yourself, so I don't get what you don't get.
It's just this random thing that doesn't really matter, and it's only because men are bigger and has nothing to do with anything else, when that's clearly not true.
I mean, it is, though? It is.
It's demonstrably untrue.
No. In fact, you've demonstrated the opposite.
There are other structural differences, though, like males having more connections within hemispheres while women have more connections between hemispheres, but overall, MRI brain imaging shows significant overlap in the physical structure between the sexes.
A lot of this has to do with the connectivity differences between the male and female brain. According to a 2013 study from the University of Pennsylvania, the male brain has greater connectivity from front to back, while the female has greater connectivity from side to side. According to the researchers themselves, this makes men better at learning and performing tasks, whereas women have superior memory and social skills. A telling but unintentional quote from the study is that there were fewer differences in the connectivity in children younger than 13, but the differences were more pronounced in adolescents ages 14 to 17 and in adults older than 17. So again, we see that these variations are the results of the developmental differences between boys and girls. Once the male brain reaches its peak development around age 15, it functions differently from the female brain, and studies show that adult men have higher IQs and blow women right out of the water in subjects like math and science.
After studying...
I would argue a lot of that has to do with sociological factors. If you control for those, it's not the case. I think they've actually done studies that, all things being equal, women can actually be better at math than men. I think it can be about even, but like, again, a lot of these things are sociological. You need to control for that stuff.
1,400 brains in comparing the sexes, researchers found that mostly all men and women show a mosaic of female and male typical structures in the brain. This study also evaluated gender stereotypical behaviors, like how video games are often considered male behavior, while scrapbooking is female, and the results found only 0.1% of test subjects displayed only male or only female typical behaviors.
I'm going to be responding to an article called Male and Female Brains Are the Same, but People Are All Different, and That Gives Me Hope, in The Guardian by Deborah Orr. Now, this article came out December 4th, which was 10 days ago. The reason why I waited to respond to it is I was waiting to get access to some academic papers. More about that in a moment. So moving on from there, the tagline reads, "A new study has given credence to the idea that gender is more cultural than biological. It won't stop the human urge to seek out like minds and avoid unlike ones, but it can remind us that our strength is in our infinite diversity." Now it starts out saying, quote, "A study led by Belfa Joel at Tel Aviv University has shown that there's really not much in the way of difference between male brains and female brains. There are features that are more prevalent in the brains of women and features that are more prevalent in the brains of men, but human brains tend to have a highly individual mix of such characteristics." Unquote. Now, I want to start off by kind of dismissing some things out of hand, and I'll get back to this when I actually get into the academic research. But sexual dimorphism isn't fixed. You know, the idea that because humans are a sexually dimorphic species, and men tend to have certain characteristics in relation to women, doesn't mean every single man is going to have those characteristics.
Correct.
Men are, on average, stronger than women. They have more muscle. Now, does this mean there aren't weak men that don't have a lot of muscle or even have less muscle than the average woman? Clearly not. You see skinny guys, he's like...
Also, there are women who are bodybuilders.
Beanpole guys around. They're not too common, but they exist. So does that mean that muscle mass is not a characteristic of males? That humans don't have this degree of sexual dimorphism in muscle mass? Clearly they do. It just doesn't apply universally. Same thing with height. Men are, on average, taller than women. Does this mean that there aren't short men? Of course there are short men. So the point is, just because humans are sexually dimorphic, and men have certain qualities in relation to women, it doesn't mean these qualities are universal. There are degrees of sexual dimorphism. You can have a guy who's very muscular, but is also very short. You could have a guy who's very tall, but has less muscle and more fat. And if this variability in sexual dimorphism can apply to muscle, height, and other such things that are more physical, why wouldn't it apply to things that are mental, such as brain density, gray matter, and so forth? Now, as the article continues, it doesn't talk much about the study itself. It goes into this long moralistic diatribe about how people like to put themselves in different groups and separate us versus them, and how this understanding that there's a lot of bleed over between different people, that this is going to bring a better world.
Yeah? None of that's inaccurate?
Toward the end, it says, quote, "But there are times when I feel very hopeful and choose to see human anger and violence as a rearguard action against the growing understanding that our strength lies in our diversity, and that our diversity can only be accommodated if everyone gets to have their say and be heard, and everybody gets to use their own unique brain as well as they can use it," unquote.
Yes, none of that sounds bad.
Whatever, this chick doesn't know what she's talking about. Let's go to the act.
Is that your whole rebuttal? Whatever, this lady doesn't know what she's talking about. Brilliant. You gotta put that on a plaque and put that somewhere. Whatever. This lady doesn't know what she's talking about. Substantive peer review. You nailed it.
Actual research. So the actual paper is called Sex Beyond the Genitalia, the Human Brain Mosaic. It has several authors. The main one is Daphne Joel. Unfortunately, this paper is behind a paywall, so I'll show select sections of it. I can't just upload the entire thing because of copyright. On page 1, section 3, it talks about how, quote, Joel has recently argued that the existence of sex-gender differences in the brain is not sufficient to conclude that human brains belong to two separate categories. Rather, such a distinction requires the fulfillment of two conditions. One, the form of the elements that show sex-gender differences should be dimorphic, that is, with little overlap between the forms of the elements in males and females. 2, there should be a high degree of internal consistency in the form of the different elements of a single brain. Unquote. Now, this is, in itself, kind of a stupid criteria to base sexual dimorphism on. For example, the first criteria it sets is that the forms of the elements should be dimorphic, that is, with little overlap between the forms of the elements in males and females. That's kind of dumb. You know, when you look at gorillas, they have the same general form. The male is just a lot bigger than the female, hence sexual dimorphism. Now, obviously, humans have less sexual dimorphism than a gorilla. Obviously have the same basic form. We're not two different species. We're comparing male humans to female humans. It's stupid to say that because obviously male and female brains are going to be more similar than different, but it doesn't mean they're not dimorphic.
I mean, to an extent, but even compared to other species, human sexual dimorphism isn't really that prominent. I mean, there is a difference, but, like, not a ton. Humans are relatively similar to each other.
Anyway, and then the second one is, there should be a high degree...
And when I say relatively, I mean relative to other animals and their forms of sexual dimorphism.
...of internal consistency in the forms of the different elements of the single brain. So what this is saying is that within that form, so we're looking at female brains and male brains, all male brains should have the same general elements and all female brains should have the same general elements, and they shouldn't be similar.
I mean, as an average, male brains are going to be a little more similar to each other than they are to female brains, and the same in the opposite, but, like, again, there's a ton of variability in this.
So as you can probably guess, simply by the way that this experiment, quote-unquote, was structured, they're obviously going to debunk these. These are stupid premises to begin with in a species. Even species that are acknowledged to be sexually dimorphic are more similar than different, especially with internal organs like the...
Hi, Lee and Derp with 100 bits. A couple years ago, I wrote a statistics paper on a study that showed that humans don't actually qualify as sexually dimorphic because on all gender differences, there is significant enough overlap for humans to fail to be defined as dimorphic. It's interesting. Devious Chillster with 25 bits. This guy really just sounds like he wanted to be smarter than girls. Yeah, sounds like it.
The brain. Later on in section 9 of page 1, it says, quote, in contrast, more recent evidence that masculinization and feminization are independent processes and that sexual differentiation progresses independently in different brain tissues. So what this is saying is they're trying to separate sex and gender. Feminization and
sex and gender are two different things. Sex is biological, more or less, and gender is sociological. So they're not trying to do that. That is just the reality of how those terms are used in the modern day, especially in academia. These are different things.
Masculinization are basically this newfangled concept of social construction of gender. So is a male brain, obviously someone who's born a man, do they have a masculine brain or a feminine brain? Now, I'm going to define what they mean in this study in a minute, but this is setting up a...
On average... MH Dark Beast, thanks for continuing your subscription, 3-month streak. And they say, holy Hannah, it's the Chuds. Look at the bones, the bones. Good to see you, looking wonderful as always. Thank you. So yeah, on average, if you're like a cis man, let's say, your brain is going to be more similar to other cis men, but there's a ton of variability, you know, so...
Straw man. Something that they're going to easily swat down and claim something that's not true. What I enjoy about academic journals as opposed to magazine articles and pop culture articles is that they actually have to show their cards. They have to show the data they used and how the data is calculated. And by looking at how they calculated their data, you could find out if they're manipulating the data in some way. And this is no different. So on page 3, it starts out under the results section. It states that they weighted the images of 169 females and 112 males. Now, why did they oversample the females? This becomes important in a moment. They oversampled the females by 57 people. 169 females versus 112 males. This is extremely important, and here's what.
This could just have to do with the fact that they put out like a thing like, hey, come and be part of this study, and, you know, they got more women coming in to do it. I mean, I don't know, I'd have to read the paper.
Why? Later on,
And I don't see a link to the article or the journal or anything. So.
It says, quote, using the actual distributions of males and females in the sample, male end and female end zones were arbitrarily defined as the scores of the 33% most extreme males and females respectively, and an intermediate zone was defined as the area in between these two. We use the term male end, female end as a shorthand for the end of the continuum in which males and females are more prevalent. Respectively note that our method of categorizing the continuum into 3 discrete classes inherently places some females at the male end and some males at the female end. Unquote. Now, this is where the oversampling becomes extremely important. What they've done, so they've oversampled the women and then taken the results and broken them up into the top 33% and the bottom 33% and the middle 33%. Labeling one the male end, one the female end. And they're talking about gray matter volume, of which
I'd imagine it's already controlled for the oversampling of females, right? They usually in studies like this will control for that. That's probably not the right word. They'll effectively, you know, account for the fact that they've oversampled and... What's the word I'm thinking of? Chat, help me out. Do you know the word I'm thinking of? I can't put my finger on it. Baja Blast 7175. Baja Blast, my girlfriend, who's a 4th-year PhD candidate, says as long as their statistical test take into account the different sample sizes, it doesn't matter. Yeah. And I imagine that's what they did, since this is, like, actually published in a journal, so...
men have more. However, because they oversampled women, there's going to be more weight on the lower end of the spectrum.
Weighted! That's what I'm thinking of. They usually correct the weightedness of the scale when they do stuff like this. They usually weigh it in such a way as to basically equalize it out.
Spectrum, pushing more men into the intermediate or even female categories. So this is how the statistical chicanery happens. You oversample the women by 57 participants, and then you split the results into thirds, which is automatically going to push men down into the intermediate category, or even into the feminine category if they're somewhat low with sexual dimorphism.
Okay.
What's that?
This dude obviously doesn't understand, like... So what he's looking at is they already accounted, I don't know how to explain it, but they already accounted for, they normalized the things by taking the upper 30% of each. Like, it's percentages at that point. It's just ratios. So doing ratios kind of accounts for the difference in population.
It doesn't surprise me because he doesn't seem to understand the difference between height and mass. So, what? Did you see earlier in the video?
No, I was giving Lupine her eye drop.
Oh, he was basically like, he was talking about the fact that in terms of like sexual dimorphism, women's brains will tend to be smaller, but this is accounted for by the fact that women are less massive relative to men, and usually brain size is relative to your mass, right? So women on average will have smaller brains than men, but they'll also have less mass. Yeah. That's true. But he's saying, like, but if you took a man and a woman who are the same height, then the woman will still have a smaller brain. And it's like, well, height isn't mass, right? On average, the man's going to have more musculature anyway, which is going to be denser than fat. He's going to be more massive.
Yeah, but that doesn't... Like, he didn't even give a citation for that. If you take a man and a woman that weigh the same amount, their brains probably aren't smaller. I don't have any stats for that, but just, you know, an educated guess.
Right, it's just weird to me that he specifically was, like, talking about height, as if it's the same thing as mass. Very strange.
To begin with. Now, what's interesting is despite...
I'm almost done, by the way. Once I'm done with this video, I'm probably going to do a cleanse, then I'll be done.
Oh, just stay as long as you want. I'm playing Skyrim.
Okay. Tentacle Todd, thanks for the 700 bits. I appreciate that. You've been an absolute delight during what has been a pretty shitty week for me. Thank you. Lots of love to both you and Baja. Well, I'm sorry you've been having a bad week. I'm glad we could entertain you a bit.
Thank you. I'm sorry you're having a bad week.
Yeah.
Chat supports you, and we support you.
And he also understood it was relative to mass when he talked about animals, but he didn't apply the same thing to humans.
Humans don't have mass.
True. That's why I can fly.
Well, you can't tell that secret.
What's funny about the tools of capitalism?
People can fly.
I know. It is a secret. Whoopsie. Dude spanking dudes with 3 bits. Jesus Christ, I wanted to jump into BitChute because YouTube sucks, but Jesus, it's all Nazis and chuds and stuff. Yeah. BitChute's bad. If you're not, like, literally a Nazi or a chud, BitChute is awful. Don't go there. Or if you're me, where you're looking at these videos and talking about how silly they are.
This manipulation, the results are somewhat consistent with what you would expect had these manipulations not occurred. For example, if you look at page 3, and I'll post a small clip of the page of what I'm talking about, you can see that there are distinct differences between males and females despite the manipulation. This is especially prevalent in figure E, which shows the brain scans of the males and females. Now, if you look at the pink versus the blue and the white, the blue represents the male end, the pink represents the female end, and the white represents the intermediate. You can still see that while there
Devious Chillstro, 25 bits. Hannah, you're going to give Hans Wormhat ideas about the transes. Good.
There are specks of blue in the female, and there's significantly more specks of pink in the male. There are distinct differences. The females are clearly pink, and the males are clearly blue. This is also very evident in figure F, which shows a scattergram of males and females, males being green and females being red. You can see on the left vertical side the males, and then you can see on the bottom horizontal side the females. You can see at the bottom there are some green in the female end, and you can see there's some variation in the middle. But you can clearly see a norm being generated despite the females being oversampled and arbitrarily divided into thirds.
No? Again, Baja was just in here. Again, 4th year PhD candidate in fucking biology. Already corrected.
Now, if you go to page 4, and it actually lists the individual samples used in this study, you can see they're all over the place. In fact, the Rothers and Reese sample is almost completely split between men and women. But at the end of the day, individual variation isn't that controversial of a subject. You know, we see weak men, we see short men. Why not see men with less gray matter than the average?
Right, that's the entire point, is that while we can see general trends in terms of dimorphism between men and women, there are all sorts of people who don't fall into the, like, average box, whatever you want to call it. So, as a indicator of actual intelligence, or anything else for that matter, it's not helpful when talking about individuals.
I mean, there's going to be variation between men and women.
Can you get a link to the video so you can find the paper? I mean, sure, I'll link it, but he doesn't have any sources or anything, so.
Going to be variation between individual men. Sexual dimorphism, and especially degrees of sexual dimorphism, affect a lot of things. In fact, I've talked about this before. What's interesting is, despite the manipulation of the statistics and the oversampling of women and the arbitrary splitting of the different thirds, you still see men
Why is
appearing
it
in one spectrum
arbitrary?
and women
What do you
appearing
mean
in another spectrum on
arbitrary? It's a
average.
way of kind of showing, like, top third, bottom third, middle third, right?
Although there are individuals that are kind of in the middle. But that middle is, by their own words, arbitrary. They say, once again, and I quote, "The actual distributions of males and females in the sample, male end and female end zones, were arbitrarily defined at the scores of the 33% most extreme males and females respectively."
Correct. They've said this, right? That's how studies work. They explain that. They're saying, we've decided, they could have done like top 25%, bottom 25%, and then the middle, which is the rest, right? But they chose thirds. That's what they chose. They could have split it down the middle. When they say arbitrary, they're drawing these lines so that they can make comparisons, right? You could do the same thing and then divide it however you want to do it to be more precise if you want to do in like sixths or like something else, but like nonetheless, it's what they said they're doing. I don't understand what your issue with it is.
And an intermediate zone was defined as the area in between.
Baja Blast says you always have to use arbitrary cutoffs, like, dude, yeah.
Between those two. So basically they just took the sample, which was oversampling women, declared that this third were the male side and this third were the female side, and then at the end they say, note that our method of categorizing the continuum into 3 distinct classes inherently places some females at the male end and some males at the female end. So it's worthless.
No, it's not. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's worthless. You don't have a PhD. Of course you don't understand it. I'm not even going to pretend I entirely understand it. I don't have a fucking PhD. I don't have an undergrad degree. For fuck's sake. Stop talking like you know better than actual scientists who do studies.
That doesn't prove that men and women are a social construct. It only proves that you could take samples, arbitrarily define them, and even despite all this manipulation, men have male brains, for lack of a better word.
Tests on intelligence find similar results, with major IQ studies showing negligible or no sex differences in general intelligence, but do show women having stronger verbal abilities while men show stronger visual spatial abilities. Interestingly, studies show more male variance in tests, with their scores being both the worst and the best. One meta-analysis of 22 studies did find men to be 3.3 to 5.5 IQ points above women, but this study has been called into question by academics who found the methodology flawed.
Because of studies which have shown that while the smartest people are indeed men, the genders lie on a bell curve, with men making up the extremes on both ends, and women making up the population closest to the mean. In this way, both genders are said to be mentally equal, with men making up the smartest and dumbest among us, and women clustered in the middle. Some have gone on to say that the average woman is smarter than the average man, and it is only at the higher ends that men appear to be smarter. All of that is a deliberate lie. The studies used were deliberately structured to handicap men, or specifically, young boys, in favor of young girls, because there's a brief window between the ages of 11 and 15 wherein girls have a developmental advantage over boys due to their lower brain density.
Oh god.
You don't have to take my word for it. The studies themselves admit that the entire population used in the study consisted of either 11-year-olds, in the case of the...
This is a study from Scotland in 1932. What?
1932 Scottish...
I guarantee there are more recent studies to fucking look at. What are you talking about?
Mental survey, or 13-year-olds in the 1971 study by Vanderbilt University, known as the Study of Mathematically Precocious Youth. These studies in 1932 and 1971, looking at 11 and 13-year-olds respectively...
Okay, so one was from 71, which is still 50 years ago?
...make up the entirety of the science behind the bell curve graphs that I'm sure you've all seen that seek to explain that women are smarter.
Especially considering in the 30s and even up into the 70s, I'd imagine women weren't getting as good of an education as men.
...than men on average, while allowing that the smartest people are men. There have been follow-up studies based on the 1971 study in 1997 and 2006, which I'll talk about later, but I bring it up here because even modern studies use the data from the 1971 study. Why is looking at 11 or 13-year-olds problematic? Well, to answer that question, let's look at a 2007 study from the National Institute of Mental Health that looked at the sexual dimorphism of brain development during childhood and adolescence.
Okay, but you could find a study that involves adults. Studies on adults and their IQ are also done. It's very strange that you've picked this specific topic. Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits, or maybe intelligence just simply varies between individuals and has nothing to do with their sex. Gee, that can't be it, can it? For some weird chud reason.
The study measured the same children, made up of 178 girls and 209 boys, from the age of 7 through the age of 19, and tracked their brain development over the entirety of adolescence, and they made some interesting discoveries that I'll share with you. Total cerebral volume was about 10% larger in males on average. Cerebral volume peaked in females at the age of 10.5 on average. Cerebral volume peaked in males at the age of 14.5 on average.
Again, though, their relative mass relative to their body size is about the same.
Cerebral size decline was more pronounced in females than males after the peak. For clarification...
Again, because men, after puberty, begin to develop more muscle mass and tend to broaden in, like, their shoulders and stuff.
Total brain volume was calculated as the sum volumes of gray matter, white matter, and lateral ventricles. So males have 10% larger brains than females. In fact, the male brain contains more volume at all ages, starting at around age 1, and becoming more pronounced during and after adolescence. However, what is really important are the ages of peak development. Females reach their peak at about the age of 11, while boys don't reach their peak until the age of 15. Meanwhile, these studies that supposedly prove that men and women are equal focus on children age 11 or 13. Both of these landmark studies were conducted deliberately during the very window wherein females would enjoy a temporary advantage over males due to their earlier peak development.
I very much doubt in the 1930s in Scotland someone devised a study to make women and men appear... Oh, God.
As a reminder, or in case you live...
You know, World War II hasn't happened yet. Suffrage in the United States only happened 10 years ago. Let's try and conduct a study and falsify data to try and make it look like women are smarter than men. That's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Live outside the United States. They could have easily conducted this study on teenagers as old as 17 that were...
I guarantee those studies exist. I don't know. Let's look at studies on IQ. Israeli military IQ test. This is from 98 from Cambridge University. Israeli military tests. Gender difference is small, IQ gains large. Basically, again, the IQ difference is negligible. However, over time, people have, on average, gotten smarter. And that one's from 98. It's hard to find scholarly articles on Google. Relationship between muscle mass and muscle strength and the impact of comorbidities. A population-based cross-sectional study of older adults. Well, that's not brain. It's about autism. Middle-aged adults. IQ and personality traits assessed in childhood as predictors of drinking and smoking behavior. Alright. I can't find fucking studies on Google. I'm bad at this. I'll have to get them next time.
Were still attending high school, but they chose to conduct the studies on children within the window of female advantage in order to tilt the scales towards the girls. And
how would they have known that that's the advantage when they're the ones who did the study? I don't think studies prior to that would have said anything about, you know, the mass of children's brains, the advantage that women might have over men during that period. They were probably just picking an arbitrary age group, and it so happened that that's a period under which women might have relatively more massive brains to their body size compared to boys their age. And again, I don't even know if that's the case.
quote-unquote prove that girls were smarter than boys. And yet, despite this deliberate manipulation of the population sample being studied in order to favor girls over boys, boys still managed to be the majority of the upper quintile, although they also made up the majority of the lower quintile, most likely due to their brain's development at that time. It's entirely possible that the boys in the lower quintile caught up and surpassed the girls after their brains reached peak development around age 15.
Maybe. Some of them. I don't know.
We'll never know. Now, I previously mentioned that there were follow-up studies based on the 1971 study in 1997 and 2006. What's extremely telling about these follow-up studies is that they never measured IQ again. In both studies, adult participants...
That's in large part due to the fact that IQ testing has been brought into question in terms of measuring sort of a generalized intelligence. BitChute is inferior because it has no dark mode. Funny. IQ tests are questionable, you know? I think we need to come up with a better metric of intelligence than that. And again, I'm kind of iffy on generalized intelligence in the first place, but something to measure different kinds of intelligence, which I know IQ tests do in the first place, but like, I don't know. And there's also been studies to show that there's sometimes cultural bias at play in IQ tests, so...
Participants were only measured by what they majored in during college, what they chose as their careers, what their income ranges were, etc. Neither of the follow-up studies measured the IQ of the participants again to see if these fully grown adults fit on the same bell curve as they did when they were 13. In fact, if you look at the follow-up studies and see where these children ended up as adults in terms of college majors and occupations, they're entirely average, and exactly what you would expect from the general population, including the women majoring in things like education and medicine, and the men majoring in math and science.
Which is sociological, mostly.
Now, have there been any studies that looked outside of the window that favors females? Yes, and contrary to popular opinion, even the average man is smarter than the average woman. According to Arthur Jensen in a paper published in 1983, where children ages 6 to 17 were measured, which includes the periods between the age 11 where females enjoy a developmental advantage over males, and after 15 when males have caught up, the average female IQ was 101, with a standard deviation of 13.55. The average male IQ was 103, with a standard deviation of 14.54. Not incredibly significant, but keep in mind that females enjoy an advantage between the ages of 11 and 15.
You're claiming that with absolutely no source that women are having an advantage between certain ages. Again, you haven't evidenced that. You're claiming that, but you have not evidenced that. What else? Very small difference, and also this is in the 80s? Was this the 80s, or was this the 70s? I don't know. But again, sociological factors affect how people of different genders treat their education, so... Devious Chilster with 50 bits, he really just wants to be smarter than women. It's really pathetic. Like, I sent you a dick pic. Please respond levels of pathetic. 83? Alright.
And even despite being at a disadvantage nearly half the years being measured, boys still had higher average IQs than girls.
Barely. I'd imagine that's within the margin of error. Was it not like 1 or 2 points difference?
However, there's more. In a 2004 study, adults were measured, thus eliminating the 4-year window between the ages of 11 and 15, wherein girls enjoy an advantage over boys. In this study, men scored an average 5 points higher than women, and the standard deviations were equal.
I'd imagine, again, if controlled for sociological factors, you would find that it's about the same, and 5 points is not very much at all.
We can go back and confirm this using average IQs by college major. Remember that the 1971 study conducted follow-up studies which measured where the children involved in the 71 study ended up majoring in, and they fell exactly within what you would expect. And when I go over these IQ differences, you'll see exactly why the researchers didn't retest the children, now adults, from the 1971 study. It really pisses me off when people who call themselves scientists operate with a clear agenda.
Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. I had a psychology professor who talked about how easily they could be rigged, like with the question, do boats have wheels? Most wealthy white kids answered correctly, but many inner-city kids who are predominantly black would answer yes because they would only ever see boats on trailers. These IQ tests were used to argue that black people were less intelligent than whites, but were widely biased and inaccurate, yeah.
But such is life. Anyway, let's move on and look at the study.
Again, you're claiming that there was a bias in the study that you haven't evidenced. Just because you disagree with the methodology doesn't inherently make it a biased test, right? And again, you're not a PhD in anything, so you have no authority to claim that any research is biased. You have no training, neither do I, but I'm just, responding to some jackass on the internet. I don't need an authority to do that. Any idiot can get on Twitch and just say words.
ETS, an educational nonprofit and think tank, conducted a survey to measure the IQ levels of college majors, and when the data is presented on a scatterplot graph, it is clear that the more female-dominated the college major is, the lower the average IQ of the student studying in the major.
These are sociological. This is sociological. Men are basically told from very young ages that they need to be successful in schools, they can go out and be successful in their career, whereas women are more often in society, in the past especially, told things like, oh, you need to care for people, you can have a family and be nurturing and all these things, so they don't have as much of a emphasis on like studying and making sure that you can be successful in whatever career you want to pursue, whatever.
However, even the person who discovered this backpedals from concluding that men are smarter than women by citing a paper by Larry V. Hedges and Amy Noel from 1995 that looked at ASVAB testing rather than IQ testing, which proves nothing, but the urge to white knight for women is strong even among scientists.
I don't even know what ASVAB testing is. Let's take a look. Oh, ASVAB. There we go. Oh, Armed Services Vocational Aptitude and Battery Test. Okay. It's like the thing that you take when you're looking to get into the military to decide what branch or what specific thing you should go to in the military.
With the data staring them straight in the face. Now, I accessed this paper using my university library, but I can't link to it directly, but it'll provide a screen cap of the relevant chart that compared ASVAB subjects using male and female test scores along with the variation. Unsurprisingly, men scored higher in math and science, and women scored higher in reading and writing. Doesn't that mean men and women are equal? No, it doesn't. Men have objectively higher IQs on average, and much higher IQs at the high end than women.
The average that you cited was like 5 IQ points at the most, which I would argue is completely due to sociological factors. You can disagree with me, but you haven't really provided any sources to your claim that it's specifically biological in nature and not sociological, so I guess we're just two idiots on the internet saying words at each other.
I'm not saying reading and writing aren't important, but they don't somehow make women with lower IQs equally smart as men.
In academic performance of language, math, and science, women consistently receive better grades in 70% of nations. But on SAT testing in the US, men score 33 points higher in math and science. Other tests like the Program for International Student Assessment show both sexes performing equally in several countries, with girls performing better in some, like Iceland, suggesting cultural and environmental differences and not necessarily biological differences at play.
There you go. That's reasonable. The fact that you can look at these things in different countries and get different results means that these are sociological and cultural factors, not biological ones.
Now this is where the bullshit starts. So the question then becomes, do women really outperform men in high school? The answer is yes, but there's reasons why. So I'd like to link to another article from The Atlantic.
Oh, now is he going to claim sociological factors? Now that he's at the disadvantage? Seems pretty hypocritical, but okay.
Called Why Girls Tend to Get Better Grades Than Boys Do. And you can read the article yourself. I'm just going to paraphrase. Basically, in recent history, school has gone from emphasizing test taking to emphasizing homework and organization. Now, boys do better on tests, vastly better than girls. But girls do better at getting their homework done and that sort of thing. So the school...
Which would be more akin to doing work in the real world. So you're saying men are inherently worse at doing actual work. Weird flex, but okay.
Schools change the way the schools operate to benefit girls. And they explicitly say this. They did this because girls were falling behind. We need to make sure girls are succeeding and blah, blah, blah. So they changed the entire school system, the entire way grades are handed out, the entire way grades are given to de-emphasize form.
Hey, turd-flinging monkey, what sounds more like real-world work? Looking at problems, applying your understanding to them, and organizing your life in such a way as to be able to tackle those problems in an efficient manner, like homework, or once a week getting a piece of paper with some questions on it, and then you answer those questions. It sounds like you would like the arbitrary behavior that benefits you, despite the fact that it's not applicable to how the real world works. Weren't you just bitching about bias before? Weird.
Formal testing, and to emphasize things like homework. Now, boys don't really care about homework as much as girls, but they do better on tests. So the entire school system has been changed to favor girls.
Okay, then I guess we should teach boys to care about homework because it's important. Like, what? Is your argument here that boys are lazy? Because that's a fucked up thing to say about guys. Like, what?
I'm going to quote one paragraph from this article. Quote, on the whole, boys approach schoolwork differently. They are more performance-oriented. Studying for and taking tests taps into their competitive instincts. For many boys, tests are quests that get their heart pounding. Doing well on them is a public demonstration of excellence and an occasion for a high five.
I've never met a guy in school who was like that. The people who I saw care most about tests and stuff were mostly women.
In contrast, Kenny Benson and some fellow academics provide evidence that the stress many girls experience in test situations can artificially lower their performance, giving a false reading of their true abilities. These researchers arrive at the following overarching conclusion. The testing situation may underestimate girls' abilities, but the classroom may underestimate boys' abilities.
How about you teach men to care about their homework and how to organize their lives in a more efficient manner? That seems reasonable, because those are skills that are going to be more applicable to the real world than sitting in a room for an hour with a bunch of other people filling in little bubbles on a test sheet. Like, what? Like, hey, tests have their place. I get it. It's a way to gauge where you're at in terms of the knowledge. But if you think that's the end-all, be-all of how life works, you're out of your goddamn mind. Most of life is organizational. It's making sure that you put the time in to, like, study, to make sure that you're prepared for different problems you're going to have in life. Putting time aside to work on projects. This is how the world works. When you're an adult, no one's gonna sit you in a room once a week and have you fill in a little bubble sheet to see how you're doing at work. That's not how shit works. Work requires results and getting things done, and doing those things requires organizational skills and applying yourself to the problems that are presented to you, like homework. So that's the real world. Welcome to it.
Unquote. So I'm also going to link to another article from the Libertarian Republic called Study. Math teachers
The
give girls higher
Libertarian Republic. That sounds like an unbiased source.
grades over boys for the same answers. And from the article, quote, math teachers gave girls grades that were 6% higher than what was given to boys for the same work, says the study by London School of Economics and the Paris School of Economics. And toward the end of the article, it says, quote, the research suggests that this improvement may have been for the, quote, encouragement as a result of the teacher's biased assessment during the girls' formative years in school. The researchers also noted that not all teachers discriminate and some teachers discriminate more than others. The analysis goes on to suggest that the girls who benefited the most from biased marking in math early on were more likely to continue their education in science subjects at 16. Quote, altogether, these results show that positively rewarding pupils has the potential to affect their progress and course choice, said the author. Unquote. Now, do you see what's going on? These schools are marking girls' grades higher just because they're girls in an effort to encourage them.
You're gonna need a source on that. You didn't even link the fucking bullshit like libertarian study, nor did you reference the sample size. You're cherry-picking studies that you think show bias in favor of females. Like, what? That's one study which you haven't even linked. Why should anyone take this assessment seriously?
And they're tilting the entire way grades are handed out against testing and towards homework, which favors girls. And then this dickless has the balls to say that women are better than boys because they get higher grades. Of course they get fucking higher grades. The entire system—
Wait, why did you blink the first one? Bleep the first one, but not the second one.
—is built towards girls. It is built against men. It puts every obstacle it can—
I don't like to have to do work. Why is the system weighted against me? I don't know, maybe you should do your homework, bro. Do your fucking homework.
—in the way of men, and does everything it can to build women up. Who gives a fucking shit about grades when that's the system we're working with? What about the jobs these people get after college? And what's this from US News? Women more likely to graduate college, but still earn less than men? Holy fucking shit, Batman.
Yeah, that's due to a variety of factors. First of all, the gap in careers. Basically, women will tend to gravitate towards lower paying jobs. I think that's more sociological, but there could be a biological factor, I don't know. And secondly, because of the wage gap. I know that's gonna make this guy just get so triggered that I just said the wage gap, but that's the reality. I mean, it's the truth.
But researchers found that stereotypes about women's performance actually impact how well they do. When told that a particular math test had significant gender differences, women performed significantly worse than their male peers, while women who were told there was no difference scored the same. This phenomenon is known as the stereotype threat. Even Google search data shows that parents are 2.5 times more likely to search, "Is my son gifted?" than "Is my daughter gifted?" despite 11% more girls in gifted programs in America.
So in this blog called the Journal of Feminist Insight, I don't think this is a real journal or anything, it's just a blog from a feminist. This feminist complains about how the format of the SAT and ACT is sexist. They don't do well when there's an objective right or wrong answer. They do well when they can explain and impress, but in cases where there's an—
So, like, the real world. Imagine going to bat for standardized tests. What a weird thing to care about.
objective right or wrong answer, like a multiple choice test, that's considered sexist because it doesn't play to a woman's strength to manipulate people. In another—
Thinking about things is hard. Just tell me what the answer is. Jesus Christ, dude.
Article titled Gender Bias in College Admissions Test by fairtest.org. It notes that women score 35 points lower than males in math, and 3 points lower in the verbal section. It's called a longitudinal study of sex differences in intelligence at ages 7, 11, and 16. Now, if you saw my previous video, you pretty much know what to expect. So here's the thing, even if you don't like my video—
Wait, I thought you said they didn't do any studies that weren't in the 11 to 14 age group, but this one includes people who are up to 16. Did you forget that that's a claim you made earlier in the video? What?
This is an academically sourced, peer-reviewed journal article with numerous citations, like at least 30 citations of previous articles. It uses a wide range of different—
A longitudinal study of sex differences. Let's see. Longitudinal study of sex differences.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Thank you to Candied Cyanide for following. Welcome to the stream. Modules of different in intelligence is age 7. In intelligence at age 7. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Here's the abstract. This paper presents the results of a longitudinal study of sex differences in intelligence as a test of Lynn's 94 hypothesis from the age of 16 years, males develop higher average intelligence than females. The results show that at the ages of 7 and 11, girls have an IQ advantage of approximately 1 IQ point, but at the age of 16 years, this changes in the same boys and girls to an IQ advantage of 1.8 IQ points for boys. Okay. I would argue, and again, bear in mind, I'm not a fucking sociologist. I don't know dick, but again, neither does this dude, which is why he gets me, and not an actual PhD in sociology fucking talking about this with him. First of all, 1.8 points is like nothing. That's fucking nothing. The average IQ is like 100. So 1.8 points is nothing. And I would argue that, again, that 1.8 could be explained due to sociological factors, and the thing that you've already mentioned, that women aren't as good at test taking, maybe because of stress, I don't know, being put on the spot, I don't know. There might be sociological factors linked to why women have more trouble on tests. I genuinely don't know. But neither do you, so it's interesting that you made a whole 40-minute video about this that I have to come out and, like, call bullshit on, because we're just a bunch of jackasses with no degrees yelling at each other on the internet. The internet's very stupid.
Ways to measure intelligence, not just one IQ test. And then it comes to the same conclusion. That boys, especially after puberty, are smarter than girls.
1.8 IQ points on average. 1.8. Not even a full 2 points.
And there's not really a mystery why. It's just due to sexual dimorphism.
Again, I like that in this case he didn't mention that it's 1.8 because that's so small of a difference that no one would fucking think that that's significant. I'd imagine if you give the same person back-to-back 2 different IQ tests, they might have a variability of more than 2 points. Like, just saying.
You shouldn't feel bad about that. It's just the way nature made human beings.
It's within the margin of error.
Sexual dimorphic denier thing is just really, really fucking stupid. To deny sexual dimorphism, to deny that men are smarter than women, isn't just a rejection of a study here and a study there. It's a rejection of observable reality all around you. You are literally dismissing your own eyes.
No, not really.
You're dismissing
I can talk about anecdotes if we're gonna do anecdotes. The smartest people I've ever known in my life were mostly women. Genuinely. In fairness, that's probably because I mostly had women friends throughout my life. Jake is the exception, not the rule. But, like, that's the case for me. So if we're just using anecdotes and pretending that they're evidence, then there you go.
Observable reality. You're saying that all these things that you can see with your eyes and experience every day don't exist, and that only your ideology exists. So, if that's what you truly believe, you are insane.
You literally think that height and mass are the same thing, you idiot. What are you talking about?
You are a certified Looney Tune. So, I hope this clears things up. Once again, clearly size matters. If you have these vast differences in the SAT scores, in the IQ tests, in all objective observable testing.
First of all, the SAT scores that you showed on average were not that different. It was like a 30-point difference. It was, hey, 30 points is 30 points, don't get me wrong, but again, you already cited studies that shows that women aren't as good at, like, test taking, sitting down and doing, like, an hour, 2-hour long, like, multiple choice test. That has nothing to do with generalized intelligence, which, again, I'm kind of iffy on in the first place.
Anything that isn't subject to gynocentric manipulation demonstrates
gynocentric manipulation.
Women. So I'm curious to see what you'll come up with next to somehow deny reality. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Oh, God, this guy's awful. He's getting added to my regulars list. What an idiot. Wow, a whole 20,000 subscribers. BitChude's gonna destroy YouTube. Oh god, and he's been here for 2 years. Jesus. Anyway. Let's do some cleanses and then we'll end, because I've been going for almost 5 hours now.
Could it be that the scientists have a so-called consensus on climate change because they were paid off by the big solar panel industry? Consensus or agenda? It is true that we are currently undergoing Earth's 6th major worldwide extinction, the Holocene extinction. But is that really anything to be concerned about? The left seems to think so, but how ridiculous is it to believe that climate can adversely affect agriculture, make equatorial areas too hot to survive, drive mass migration, and affect human sustainability in the near future? Meanwhile, the very wealthy fossil fuel donors who support us obviously have no vested interest in discrediting climate change. That's because the right believes in the undeniable scientific fact that a mischievous fallen angel known as the devil will trigger the actual end of civilization at any moment without warning, even right this very second, only to eventually be defeated in an epic battle as God's Son returns to the earth and raises the dead. Obviously, the left is living in a fantasy land, while the right once again believes in facts over feelings.
Funny.
Even atheists acknowledge, I'm God? That God is cruel. That God made a world filled with unjust suffering, such as rape and murder, incest, economic inequality, white privilege, rape culture, sexism, racism, intolerance, xenophobia, homophobia, rape, Islamophobia, theft, cancer, pain, trigger warnings, child abuse, New Jersey, theft, contempt for truth, murder, rape, murder, adultery, rape, stealing, perjury, rape, downloading music and movies without paying for them, stealing, rape, African slavery, Nazism, and communism, the selling of oneself to another person, a black lesbian poet, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, cancer or AIDS, painful disease, premature death, the death of a child, suicidal thinking,
Lonesome
severe
Troll,
depression, self-injury. You cannot be happy. Bad breath, tens if not hundreds of thousands of women raped. And just left it at that. The 20th century was the most murderous century in recorded history. And who did all this killing? Dennis Prager. There's only so much evil that can be done by individual sadists and sociopaths. Ever since the 18th century, Dennis Prager killed about 100 million people every year and ended up slaughtering the largest number of people in human history. Until very recently, that was considered quite an achievement. Dennis Prager is so powerful that armies or police or weapons will not stop me. Therefore, you have an obligation to me, God. And what is that obligation? The Bible commands us to commit violent crime, mistreat women, and act out against society in every other way, to torture, bomb, cut throats, and mass murder, build concentration camps, and commit genocide. Kill God, too. You cannot be either a happy person or a good person. I created the world. You better listen to me. And without this, you will need to be killed, a world free of tyranny and cruelty, in which there was no murder or theft, without any fear of being killed or robbed. This would drive me mad. The answer, of course, is murder. Is murder wrong? Is it evil? I'm sure you think murder is wrong. How do you know? Prove that murder or rape or theft is wrong. The fact is, you can't. All morality is opinion. In the New York Times in March 2015, a professor of philosophy confirmed this. He wrote, And it is not true that it's wrong to kill people for fun. Why do people commit evil? Because it's easy to, and it feels good. If you know you can get away with it, why not do it? Take a knife. A knife can be used to murder or to torture people. Hitler, Stalin, and Mao didn't want to be murdered, but that hardly stopped Dennis Prager. But it didn't quite turn out that way. Hitler, with all the evil he did, is far more immortal than the kindest people on earth. I'll give one more example. Blacks killing millions of fellow blacks in Africa elicits almost no attention from Dennis Prager. Murder isn't wrong. You believe murder is wrong. I think shoplifting is okay. All morality is just opinion and belief. What is evil is actually good. What conservative parent wants their child to die in battle? Dennis Prager. But there is an exception. A person who steals a stapler from the office is committing as grievous a sin in God's eyes as murder. In fact, God does not equate stealing an office item with murder. That God will not forgive. Dishonoring one's parents, stealing, adultery, or even committing murder doesn't matter. But if you stole a stapler, you will be put to death. People take the stapler because they think no one is watching. But Dennis Prager is always watching. And Dennis Prager would gouge out both his eyes or kill him.
Okay, that's all I can do with that. Holy shit.
Give me your wallet! Don't worry, I know parkour. What an asshole!
Funny. Okay, that's gonna be it. Thank you so much for joining me on this stream. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Here's a link to it in the chat. Please do. I post all my videos there. I highlight out sections from my full streams, and they're all put into playlists. We'll be back tomorrow for Tinfoil Tuesday, so come and hang out, and we can do some conspiracy theory debunks. That'll probably be around 4 o'clock. So, thanks everyone. As always, chat is valid. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Squid, for another 200 bits. I appreciate that. You're all wonderful. Have a good evening.